Ladies and gentlemen, please join us on the second floor of Air Force 1-2 Pavilion for conversations over coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us on the second floor of the Air Force One Pavilion. Conversation over coffee is about to begin.
Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation over coffee is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation over coffee is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation over coffee is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Miss Kyla Scanlon of Bread and our distinguished panelists.
Hey everybody. It's such an honor to be here today at the Reagan National Economic Forum. I'm so excited to be joined by Jason and Doug to kick this off bright and early. My name is Kyla Scanlon, and we're going to be talking about everything that's been going on in today's society, some of the more volatile things, some of the more confusing things, and hopefully set the tone for the day, which is a big goal, but I think that we can do it. So both Jason and Doug have shaped US policy at very critical inflection points. So I'm very hopeful that they can provide some guidance on what's going on and how we can think about the future that we are facing. And the quote that I want to have frame today's conversation is one from Ronald Reagan, where he said, in 1964, "They say the world has become too complex for simple answers. They are wrong. There are no easy answers, but there are simple answers." So hopefully we can find some simple answers today. So I want to start off with a simple question. So Jason and Doug, if you had to describe the American economy right now in just one word, what word would you choose? Jason, do you want to go first?
Uncertain.
Doug?
I'm on the uneasy bandwagon.
Yeah. So a lot of uns, a lot of weirdness, a lot of worry. And we often talk about this moment as if it's entirely unprecedented. But when you all were talking, when we were about to come on the stage, and you were talking about moments in history that have felt a little bit like this one. And history does offer a lot of really good perspective. So can you talk to any past eras that could help us make sense of today, whether it be the 1970s, the 1940s, post-Great Recession? What kind of lessons can we take from history as we're going into this present moment? Jason?
Yeah, so first of all, I just want to say I'm really just grateful to be here. I grew up in Greenwich Village in the 1980s. Ronald Reagan wasn't our hero in my neighborhood at that point in time. Spent 10 years in Democratic administrations. And just to know that the Reagan Foundation is so committed to DEI that they would include me is just a really comforting thought. I've also never seen this many people at 7 a.m. But to answer your question, Kyla, in terms of something like immigration, we're at a share of immigrants in our country that is the highest it's been for 120 years, when there was a lot of backlash to immigration. So in some sense, the populist era 120 years ago, which was not primarily about immigration, it was in part about actually the lack of inflation, because people were debtors, they owed money and they wanted more inflation, but it was about money, it was about inflation, it was about those sets of issues, about immigration. Trade was growing quite rapidly 120 years ago as well. The difference is now the set of tools the federal government has are just much, much more extensive than they were 120 years ago. And the redefinition of the magnitude of those tools that can be wielded by the president without Congress is being contested, reshaped, and is still in our courts an open question right now. But we're dealing with issues of that magnitude and that type of realignment that we had back then.
So I won't go that far back, but it does feel like, to me, the late 60s, early 70s, where the country sort of was uncertain about its future, didn't feel that it had a vision of how to go forward, very defensive international posture, both from a security point of view, but also economically. OPEC was out to get us. We didn't know what to do. Went off the dollar, went off the gold standard, didn't know how to handle all those things. And so there was, and the policymaking was not crystallized by a vision into which you could then put the nuts and bolts of policy. It was just lots of little pulling at the levers and hoping something worked. And it was a time of very bad economic performance. A lot of inflation, a lot of unemployment. We resorted to wage and price controls. We did all sorts of horrible things. And this feels like that, and we need to move forward.
And when we think about innovation, oftentimes the private and public sector would work together. So if you're thinking about something like DARPA, the government would seed and then private capital would scale. And it feels like there's an increasing disconnect between the private and public sector. So could you just talk to that, kind of the fraying of relationship, or if you think the relationship is strong? Jason?
I'm trying to think, Kyla, if I agree with the premise of your question. I mean, the Biden administration did rhetorically even more, but in substance, quite a lot of industrial policy. And that very much was the government, for better or worse, getting very involved with the private sector, whether that was directing activities through grants, through tax credits, and the like. I think you could interpret tariffs, possibly charitably, as an attempt to do that as well. Certainly the sectoral tariffs are the government getting involved in sectors, whether that's the auto sector at some point coming forward, pharmaceuticals, semiconductors.
Movies.
And movies, the movie industry, all important for national security. And so, if anything, there's a thing called neoliberalism. I don't totally love the term, but it's evidently continuity from Reagan through Clinton, possibly as far as Obama. And that I think was a bit skeptical of the government being involved in industries. And I think there was that skepticism running through those presidencies. But for the last 8 or 9 years, I think that skepticism has been out the window.
I think it's even more dramatic than that. I mean, we've talked
about what's more dramatic than out the window?
It's both the, I think, Democrats, your fault, and now it's all your fault, but we'll go on to that. No, but now the right wing of the Republican Party have lost any faith in the capacity of the private sector to deliver a good life to Americans, and there's this deep belief you must use the power of the state to obtain the objectives. Big use of it on the left under Obama, and now you're seeing it with the Trump administration, and that to me is one of the most disappointing things about this era, is that there's no belief in the private enterprise, the capacity to deliver economic growth, productivity growth, higher real wages. All good things must come from the government, and that's how the problems are framed. Because they're framed that way, we get bad answers.
And how do you think we can reframe it, if that's necessary?
I think once it doesn't work, people will be happy to reframe. I think we're in the middle of that, to be honest, but it hasn't played out entirely.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, what makes you think that we're in the middle of something like that?
Because there's no coherence in either party, right? They haven't, this is not a vision so compelling with a proof of a concept that everyone's willing to sign on either side. So both parties are struggling to figure out who they are and what they believe in. I think that's characteristic of these transition points.
Yeah, and there's, we were talking about this in the green room, sort of this balance between good politics, good policy, and good economics. And sometimes all three of those don't really align. And so it's sometimes difficult to...
Really?
Yeah, sometimes difficult to convince the public of a certain type of policy that might be necessary. And so what do you all see as the sharpest tension between what policymakers are trying to do versus what they should be doing right now?
I mean, trade is the place where there's probably the biggest disconnect between the set of things that economists know and understand related to concepts like comparative advantage, like trade deficits aren't a measure of a country being taken advantage of and aren't some type of loss or negative you want to get rid of, and a set of public perceptions around trade. Within trade, I think something that economists need to be better at, and I might even include myself in that, is distinguishing what is big and important and really matters from what are smaller symbolic things that help either address real issues or keep the public on side. So when I think of 10% tariffs on every country in the world, that is, to me, relatively big and consequential. Don't think it solves some public purpose, and in fact, I think it will result in higher prices that will not keep the public on side. When you think of China, first of all, there's a set of legitimate issues around national security where it's worth paying a price in order to accomplish your national security objective. I wouldn't fool ourselves into thinking that protecting ourselves from China will make us richer, it'll make us poorer, but it might make us safer. And that might be a trade that is worth it. But second of all, there's certain things that are symbolic and smaller and might actually matter, and see people fighting for jobs. And so what the Biden administration did more Buy American than previous administrations had. I personally didn't like it. I personally was critical of it. Do I think if you did a cost-benefit test of the political benefits of it relative to the economic costs, it might have passed? It might well have passed, because I don't think the economic costs were that large. That being said, I like to whine even about small economic costs.
I think that the big disconnect is the obsession of both the past two administrations on manufacturing, and the sort of fairy tale that is told about the demise of American manufacturing, as if somehow this was taken from us by evil foreigners, and so that's the thing we have to fix. 90% of Americans don't work in manufacturing, and it would be a good idea for an administration to care about them and have policies that broadly improve the welfare. And periodically, the policymakers wake up and say, "Oh wait, tech, not manufacturing, tech," but there's not an appreciation of the need to have a set of policies that allow all the sectors to flourish on their own terms. And that was always the formulation, which is to keep the government out and let that happen. That's missing right now.
Do you think part of the reason that the U.S. has been so focused on manufacturing is because it doesn't really know what its future is? So it's much easier to return to the past than try to move forward?
I mean, manufacturing job loss does have a quality that other job loss doesn't have to nearly the same degree, which is it's highly concentrated. That can make its consequences worse than job loss in other areas, because it's not like one restaurant goes out of business, you go work at another restaurant. It's sort of the whole industry in that area. So there is somewhat more concentrated pain associated with manufacturing. Now, interestingly, that might imply that we actually want less of it. That's not a great thing to employ lots of people in, because it's actually in some ways a quite risky industry for the consequences it has for people in the way that others aren't. I think part of the manufacturing thing is a fetishism. I mean, I once testified to Congress, and a member of Congress was basically trying to argue to me that you shouldn't count services as part of GDP because they didn't weigh anything. And I'm just sort of like, I don't know, do you go to restaurants? Do you go on vacation? Do you get health care? Do your kids get education? Are those things you like? Maybe if they're things you like and are valuable, they should show up in GDP. And it was sort of like, no, I want the stuff that weighs stuff to be what is in GDP. So part of it is that. Part of it obviously is the political system that magnifies the power of certain states. And I think that'll be interesting for the Democrats. In some sense, they're thinking right now, we just gave tens of billions of dollars to various pension funds in 2021. Those unions didn't endorse us. Maybe we don't want to do payoffs for unions and try to go through the Rust Belt states. Instead, appeal to places like Arizona and Florida. And by the way, you don't appeal to them with manufacturing. So there might be some changes, as some people rethinking all of that, but it's a combination of both reality and political mythology.
I'll stick with that.
He said everything perfectly. That's good to hear. So I grew up in Kentucky, and there is a lot of trouble in the middle of America. Now the Wall Street Journal had a great article talking about the college towns that are disappearing. And of course, it's a very important area for the government, for politics. So what do you think we can, what should middle America be focusing on as we think about potentially shifting away from manufacturing? How can we think about reviving the middle of the country?
So first of all, I don't buy the premise that it's the middle of the country. If you actually look at the state-by-state data and group it into census regions and look at decline in manufacturing as a share of output, manufacturing as a share of employment, the middle of America didn't do worse than everyone else. That's just how it's been framed. So that's sort of point number one. I think grounding this in the facts would be a healthy step forward. Number two, the fundamental problem, everywhere you find one of these areas that just cannot revive itself, is education and skills, period. And the most distressing thing to me about where we are right now, the things we talk about on campaigns, the policies we worry about, is they do not address at all the absolute failure of the American K-12 education system and the fact that we are not equipping the next generation to compete in a competitive global economy. Period. It's just like we measure it, we put out the test scores, we've watched them stagnate for a decade at levels where a quarter to a third of eighth graders are seriously deficient in math and reading, and doesn't come up in any of the policy discussions. And then we have the pandemic and it gets worse, and we're still not doing anything. And we're not going to solve problems like that until we decide to equip our citizens with the ability to solve problems.
A little bit more worried about some parts of the country than Doug is. I agree with your answer being part of it, and the rest of the answer I'm genuinely not sure. If you look at men between the age of 25 and 54, in the early 1960s, virtually all of them were in the labor force. Virtually all of them were employed. And it's fallen over time, and now it's more like 85% of them are employed. And if you look at that, it's just very, very concentrated. And it's very concentrated in a region that sort of roughly overlaps with Appalachia. And so there's a lot of places that really have been, and maybe it's not due to manufacturing. I'll look at those data, Doug. But there are areas that have genuinely been hollowed out, that have very serious employment problems. Now, what I do know is that people-based policies are great. And so doing more things for people, things like education, things like incentives to work, and the like, are unambiguously a good thing. What's more of a question is, are there policies for places? What politicians really want is something to help that place revive itself. And economists have always been very skeptical of that. We think they don't work. We think to the degree they do anything, they benefit the landowners in that area, not the people in that area, that they end up getting distorted by the political system. I don't have a better answer, but I don't love not having an answer to the question. I also don't love the idea of mobility as the only answer, because mobility might hurt the place that people are leaving from. It might even hurt the place that people are showing up at, even if it helps the person doing the moving. So to me, that's an important open issue, is there something you can do at the level of a place, not just at the level of people?
Interesting. And it seems like one of the big issues that I think everybody has been sort of circling around is trust in institutions, and getting people to trust that institutions have their best interests at heart, or at least can help them. And so, as economists, how do you think that you can re-engage the public, considering this level of skepticism that they have towards policy and economists in general?
You're asking two economists about faith and trust.
Yeah.
We need more coffee.
I mean, I am at Harvard University, and we're having a set of issues these days. You can be around people, and they can talk about, isn't it terrible? There's all these ignorant people out there, and they're listening to Joe Rogan, and they're ignoring vaccines, and they're taking horse medicine to solve their diseases, and et cetera, et cetera. And my response to that is, there's two parts to this problem. One part is there's a set of people who really are listening to the wrong people, really are falling for misinformation, and that's a problem. The second part of the problem is that the people who are supposed to be trusted, like Harvard University, like the New York Times, like economists, all of our institutions have failed in lots of ways. We have, done things, in the list that people have of things like the lab leak theory, the COVID masks, which at first didn't help prevent COVID unless you were a health worker. Then they were absolutely necessary. The way in which, like the Hunter Biden laptop, all these different things. But I have a list like that in economics too, where I think economists have had, a thumb on the scale for certain things. Have, on immigration, you'll read economists who say, like, immigration hasn't really gone up, And it's gone way, way up, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but just people can see some set of facts in front of them, and if you deny it. So anyway, I think part of the problem is that elites basically haven't been telling the truth to people to the best of their ability. Part of the problem is that people fall for all sorts of dumb stuff. And if you're in the elite, you can do more to patrol yourself and do a better job of re-earning trust than just lecturing people for being ignorant and listening to Joe Rogan. So I do think making an extra effort to do a better job yourself and patrol your own side is at least part of the answer to this problem.
So I like where that ended, and I just want to point out this didn't happen overnight. I think it's too infrequently we just reflect on the larger picture. What happened was, first of all, we get September 11th, 2001, and the American public concludes that the national security people can't keep them safe. Like they said that we were going to be safe. We're not safe at all. They took the towers down. And then we collectively told them markets work, and we got the financial crisis and the Great Recession, another huge national trauma in a relatively short period. And then, they conclude economists, forget it. They don't know. They told us this is all good, and we can rely on markets, and we can't. And then we get the pandemic, where we do graciously a horrible job of public education, masks and other things being examples of that. And the public concludes one more time, like, okay, this public health establishment we don't trust them. They can't even tell us the truth about what happened, and we have this huge trauma. So we do have an American citizenry who have been through 3 enormous traumas in a very short period of time. And they are fearful and distrusting, and I think we earned their distrust over that period. And I think Jason's right about doing the extra work to patrol your own side. Don't let people say things that are literally not true just for the purposes of courting favor and delivering results. These were all really bad outcomes. The outcomes matter. We have to deliver better results.
Yeah.
Can I say something about that I think was quite important, relating to what we were talking about earlier? Is that all this discussion of why the rise of populism, why the decline in trust, and there's one model which is basically that this was because of secular trends. Inequality went up, manufacturing went down, that gave rise to populism. There's another that it's a series of discrete, specific events. 9/11, financial crisis, COVID, I would include, and I'm sure you'd be happy to have it as a friendly amendment, the burst of inflation in your list of traumas. I think that second set of explanations to me is much more compelling than the first set. Part of why they're much more compelling than the first set is Ronald Reagan. Manufacturing jobs were massively declining before 1980. Mm-hmm. And so if you think populism is that you're losing manufacturing jobs, Ronald Reagan would have been a populist, and he very much was popular, but wasn't populist in the sense that we're talking about right now. So many of these trends, the rise in inequality, it rose more from 1975 to 2000, but the burst of populism wasn't until 15 years after that. So I do think it's these specific events that have changed our politics much more than these long-running trends. And that's important because that diagnosis of the problem does feed into the way people think about what does and doesn't work for the solution. And the diagnosis is one, this leads you to is sort of don't really screw things up. And don't have bad luck happen to you. And the second one's a little harder to operationalize.
And when you think about the institutional architecture, right? So the various entities that are executing on, maybe a failed pandemic program or various policies that they're trying to put forth, do you think that there's a necessity for new tools and new institutions to address some of these trust concerns that people have? Or do you think the existing institutions are capable of managing it?
That's a really hard question.
It's a very hard question.
If we could just keep the institutions we have, like the Federal Reserve, I'd be pretty happy. So most of the ideas for institutional change I see are worse, not better. And in that sense, I am a small c conservative, that I'd rather sort of tinker and make sure we are moving in the right direction rather than take a big leap into something new and hope it's better, but end up being like Joseph Stalin.
So there's a flavor of that question which I really disagree with, which is the idea that we erect better institutions and they will, from the top down, produce better outcomes for people and the people will be happier. We have the institution that we need. It's representative democracy, and it delivers what the people want. We might not on this stage not like what the majority of people want right now, but it does work. And I get very nervous when people want to bypass the electoral process, bypass the democratic right for people to choose who represents them in Congress, even if I don't like their choices. And so, I've never been a big fan of we'll have a commission to do this because we can't trust Congress to do it. That never works. You can't bypass getting the people to support good outcomes, good policy. I have basically felt that I have dedicated my adult life to the notion that good policy should be good politics. And that's just really hard, and I've never accomplished anything. But you have to do that. You have to do it that way.
I do think there's you can say the people, but then the question is who decides what the people think. And that's a big issue right now with independent agencies. For example, is it the president decides what the people think and tells the agencies what to do? Do the agencies have some of their own independent thing? Is it Congress that ultimately has to make these decisions and has to legislate on everything rather than have the regulatory agencies? So even within the existing set of institutions, that whole set of questions is very much in flux. And some of them, other than the independence of the Fed, some of the other ones I'm actually less sure that I know the answer to.
Yeah. And this will be the final question for this panel, and it's another kind of hard one, but what do you think the most under-discussed risk is right now? So we have it feels like every time we open our phones, there's a new headline about something. So what do you think is one of the biggest risks that we're facing that we might not be considering very closely, or you don't think that we are?
Well, the one I would have said we weren't paying attention to until very recently was the federal budget and the fiscal outlook, which I believe has been harming this country's ability to progress for 2 decades. In the 20th century, in 60 to 2000, whatever you might have thought of the year to year, on average, deficits were 2% of GDP, 2.2%. We ended the 20th century with a balanced budget. There was relatively tight fiscal policy, and there was better trend economic growth. The 21st century, we've averaged over 5. The debt has only gone up relative to GDP. No one has cared. In the 20th century, when you had a big emergency, the debt went up, but then it went back down. We don't clean up in the 21st century, it just goes up. And we've had 1 percentage point, poor trend economic growth, and I don't think those are unrelated. And I think people were not appreciating on a year-to-year basis what we were giving up in the way of the capacity to raise the standard of living by just not doing our job at the federal level.
So let me, for the record, say I agree with Doug, although if you're at a 9 out of 10, I might be at more of a 6 out of 10. And I think part of the problem is that it chips away at your growth year after year, as opposed to we're going to wake up and our lives are dramatically transformed because of it. And in part, that's why we have the rising debt that we have. Yeah. Because if it just chips away in some way, you don't end up noticing it. Yeah. It's not like it's an under-discussed or out of left field idea. But if China invaded Taiwan, the consequences of that would be high up on the pantheon of events of the last quarter century that we discussed before, in terms of the magnitude of economic dislocation, the magnitude of geopolitical dislocation, and fallout for decades to come. And so you don't wake up thinking about it every single day because it's not in the headlines every single day, but that looming in the background is just utterly terrifying to me.
Okay, well, a great way to end the panel.
Can we say that AI, though, is terrific and it's going to save us from all these problems, maybe even the debt?
That would be amazing. Well, thank you so much, everybody, and thank you so much, Jason and Doug, for everything that you've done and for sharing your time and your knowledge on stage today. It's been wonderful.
Thank you.
This concludes our morning panel. Please proceed to the lower level of the Air Force One Pavilion for breakfast and our opening panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Reagan National Economic Forum.
I've always believed this land was placed here between the two great oceans by some divine plan. It was placed here to be found by a special kind of people, people who had a special love for freedom and who had the courage to uproot themselves and leave hearth and homeland and come to what in the beginning was the most undeveloped wilderness possible. We came from 100 different corners of the earth. We spoke a multitude of tongues, building cities and towns and farms, schools and churches. If wind, water, or fire destroyed them, we built them again. And in so doing, at the same time, we built a new breed of human called an American. Freedom and incentives unleash the drive and entrepreneurial genius that are the core of human progress. We must think anew and move with a new boldness so every American who seeks work can find work, so the least among us shall have an equal chance to achieve the greatest things, to be heroes who heal our sick, feed the hungry, protect peace among nations, and leave this world a better place. We look out on a rising America, firm of heart, united in spirit, powerful in pride and patriotism. America is on the move. But it wasn't long ago that we looked out on a different land. Locked factory gates, long gasoline lines, intolerable prices, and interest rates turning the greatest country on earth into a land of broken dreams. Government growing beyond our consent had become a lumbering giant, slamming shut the gates of opportunity, threatening to crush the very roots of our freedom. What brought America back? The American people brought us back with undying faith that in this nation, under God, the future will be ours, for the future belongs to the free. There are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we ourselves erect. We stand on the threshold of a great ability to produce more, do more, be more. Our economy is not getting older and weaker. It's getting younger and stronger. It doesn't need rest and supervision. It needs new challenge, greater freedom. It is time for us to realize that we're too great a nation to limit ourselves to small dreams. We're not, as some would have us believe, doomed to an inevitable decline. I do not believe in a fate that will fall on us no matter what we do. I do believe in a fate that will fall on us if we do nothing. So with all the creative energy at our command, let us begin an era of national renewal. Let us renew our determination, our courage, and our strength. And let us renew our faith and our hope.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the chairman of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Fred Ryan.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees and everyone on the Reagan Foundation and Institute team, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural Reagan National Economic Forum. We extend our special thanks to our sponsors and investors whose support and advice has made the National Economic Forum possible. And for those of you who have traveled to be with us, whether from across the country or across town, which actually with LA traffic, they both take about the same amount of time these days, welcome to you all. Some of you have joined us here for the Reagan National Defense Forum, which over the years has become America's premier bipartisan gathering devoted to an America of future of peace through strength. And we hope that this economic forum will play a similar role by prompting the timeless principles of economic growth, innovation, and opportunity. President Reagan believed deeply in these principles, and they were the cornerstone of his presidency. He described individual freedom and free enterprise as, quote, engines of progress which transformed an American wilderness into an economic dynamo. Under his policies, the engines of progress revved up to make America a stronger, more vibrant, and more hopeful country. Today, our economy remains a dynamo and the envy of the world, but we know it faces pressing challenges. We must approach those challenges with the same realism as President Reagan applied to those he faced in his day. We have a growing national debt, inflation, taxes and regulations that crush innovators, entrepreneurs, and small business owners. We know we can address these challenges by expanding freedom and opportunity, prizing innovation, and promoting growth as the centerpiece of our economy. Throughout the day, we will address how these timeless and proven principles might apply to today's challenges. We'll look at new challenges and opportunities. We'll discuss how artificial intelligence is changing the way we work, how innovation in fields like energy, manufacturing, and construction can overcome scarcity, and why growth is about more than material abundance. It's a moral imperative. We're honored to have people with such great expertise and experience to help us think about these subjects. These include esteemed business leaders such as Jamie Dimon, visionary technologists such as Mark Andreessen, and leaders in public life such as Secretary of Energy Chris Wright, and all of the governors, senators, and members of Congress who've joined us today. And that's just a start. In this room, there are many people whose lives testify to the uplifting power of opportunity. You personify President Reagan's observation that a nation's prosperity is dependent on the freedom of its citizens to pursue their hopes, dreams, and creative ambitions. So this forum, we hope, can be an opportunity to bring experience and knowledge to bear on the defining economic issues of the day, to help more of our fellow citizens achieve the American dream, and to recommit to making America an economic dynamo for decades to come. So let's get started. We'll begin our program following the presentation of colors, Pledge of Allegiance, and National Anthem. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, the Ventura County Multi-Agency Honor Guard Junior
your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
For the singing of our national anthem, please welcome to the stage Miss Rose Kruger.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Mr. Michael Castine.
Thank you. Good morning. Nothing like some bagpipes to get your blood flowing. So my name is Michael Castine, and it was an honor for me to work in the Reagan White House and an honor to be serving as a trustee of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. What a convenient time to host an economic conference. Welcome to Death and Taxes. So we're diving straight into the deep end this morning with an important and timely discussion on entitlements, tax policy, demographics, and the long-term U.S. fiscal picture. The United States is on the hook for tens of trillions of dollars in unfunded liabilities. Deficits are enormous, the working age population is stagnating, and American families are having fewer children. Can we pay for it? If so, how? If not, How can we right the ship before it's too late? Fortunately, we have a stellar panel of leaders and practitioners to help us think through these questions this morning. Gary Cohen is the vice chairman and served as assistant to the president for economic policy, director of the National Economic Council, and was a president and chief operating officer at Goldman Sachs. Jerry Parsky, my fellow Reagan trustee and a former assistant secretary of the Treasury, founder of Aurora Capital, Princeton trustee, and former head of the California Regents. And with us is Jason Smith of Missouri, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee. As you know, he played a pivotal role in shaping and advancing the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. I think he is more proud to be a fourth-generation farm owner in Missouri. Moderating this conversation will be Neil Irwin, the chief economic correspondent of Axios. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, give these panelists a great big round of applause, and we'll kick it off in style.
So many good things lie ahead for America. And yet, all our progress, all the good we've accomplished so far, and all our dreams for the future could be wrecked if we do not overcome our one giant obstacle. The simple truth is, no matter how hard you work, no matter how strong this economy grows, no matter how much more tax money comes to Washington, it won't amount to a hill of beans if government won't curb its endless appetite to spend.
Sunny California, very sunny California. Thankfully, some of you have sunglasses. Never quite ready for how bright it's going to be in this beautiful state. Wonderful to be here. We have an important set of topics. To frame our discussion about long-term fiscal policy, demographics, entitlements, I'm going to throw out a couple of data points. The U.S. fiscal deficit's been running about 6 to 7% of GDP in recent years, on track to keep doing so in the years ahead. If you know the kind of growth rate we've had, that necessarily means a rising debt-to-GDP ratio over time. Already, global bond investors are starting to question whether they really want to keep funding that borrowing at the kinds of favorable low interest rates we've gotten used to over the last few decades. And the demographic crunch from the retirement of the baby boom generation is no longer on some long-term horizon. It's in the here and now. It's happening around us. 20 years ago, there were about 5 working-age adults for every retirement-age adult. Now that's down to 3. That's on track to be at 2 in a couple of decades. The Social Security Trust Fund is set to run out of money in 2033, meaning the future of the program could be on the table in the next presidential election. Again, not a long-term problem, a medium-term problem. We don't know what the political environment will look like in the early 2030s, but color me skeptical that it will be one that allows the kinds of decision-making and deal-making that Ronald Reagan, Tip O'Neill, Alan Greenspan engineered in the 1983 reforms that prolonged the finances of Social Security to this point. That's a lot to take on. Fortunately, we have 3 fantastic guests to do it. This panel is focused on long-term fiscal issues, but you can't talk about the long term without talking about the near term. So I want to start with just a few questions for Chairman Smith about the One Big Beautiful Bill that passed the House last week that you played a crucial role engineering. We have 65 minutes, or we have an hour to work through all this, but let's start with the Big Beautiful Bill before we go long term. Look, the CBO, other kind of independent modelers, all believe it will increase fiscal deficits. Elon Musk says he's disappointed it will make deficits bigger. What do you think they're missing about this bill?
So I disagree with my friend Elon Musk and others when they're talking about what this is going to do to debt and deficits. For one, this bill that we passed cuts $1.6 trillion of mandatory spending, which is the most ever, by 300% of mandatory spending that has ever been cut in the history of America. And when you look at the assumptions that the Congressional Budget Office shows is that it would provide $4 trillion added to the debt and deficits. That's also the same amount of just extending current tax laws is right at $4 trillion. So I don't buy into the fact under current existing tax policy that you're looking at $4 trillion. And I'll point out This one bill, this one big beautiful bill cuts $1.6 trillion. DOGE in 4 months has cut $175 billion. So this is definitely right along and aligned in one of the biggest net impacts. And you were talking about revenue to GDP, spending to GDP. If you look at the history over the last 50 years, revenue to GDP has averaged 17%. We're currently at 17.2% of revenue to GDP. Spending towards GDP has averaged right about 20% for the last 45 years prior to the last 5. The last 5, it has averaged 26% of GDP. We have a spending problem in this country, not a revenue problem.
So I'm guessing a lot of people in this room are happy with what's on the corporate side of this legislation, bonus depreciation, R&D deductibility. Let's talk about the individual side. Things like no taxing on taxation of tips, taxes on overtime, auto interest loan deductibility, SALT cap raising. Is there a supply side case for those, or are those things that are not really going to help the kind of capital stock supply potential of the economy?
So this tax bill, this one big beautiful bill, was created by going outside of Washington, D.C. We went to more than 30 different states over the last 2 years, meeting with real small business owners, real working moms, real farmers, and to find the issues that they were facing in today's economy. My very first field hearing, my very first committee hearing as Ways and Means chairman, was in a lumber yard in Appalachia, in Petersburg, West Virginia. That lumber yard closed 9 months ago. Over 500 people lost their jobs. These are real Americans that are facing real problems. And so the tax bill that we created all came from the feedback that we heard from those people traveling throughout the country, whether it was a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma, or a factory in Peachtree City, Georgia, or a homeless shelter in Chicago. These were all places that we went and we heard from people to write it. Of course, the main aspects of the bill, it creates permanency of the expiring provisions of the 2017 Trump tax cuts. It also adds the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime. You look at the no tax on overtime, this incentivizes people to be more productive at work when we already have a shortage in labor. This is very proactive. And when you look at tax relief for seniors, we also juice some different items to help incentivize manufacturing in the United States by 100% expensing of factories, by 100% expensing through equipment, research and development, and also the interest deductibility favorable calculation. These are all things that, if you combine them, the effective tax rate for manufacturing in the United States would be right at 15%.
So I promise we're not going to go line by line through this very complex bill, but there's one thing that's kind of gotten a lot of attention in the last day that I want to raise. Section 899 of the legislation, which is makes foreign holdings of U.S. assets subject to an escalating tax, sovereign wealth funds, things like that. Can you comment on why this provision's in the bill, why you view this as a good idea?
So a big concern is that foreign governments, based on agreements entered by the Biden administration, is trying to suck away billions of dollars from U.S. companies. In fact, $120 billion from U.S. companies. And this is a way to help put them in check so that they understand that if they do that to U.S. businesses, there will be consequences for their actions. Hopefully, it'll never take an effect.
And the worry is that this will disincentivize foreign companies, entities from investing in the U.S., possibly even treasury bonds. Is that a valid fear? Is that something we should be worried about?
I think you have to look at everything, but it's a valid fear of $120 billion of U.S. profits from U.S. companies being illegally taken. For example, when you look at Pillar 2 with OECD, they don't even recognize R&D expensing in our tax code. We're the first country in 2017 that created a global minimum tax. They don't even accept our global minimum tax. That's completely unfair. So we're being punished for actually following what they're trying to do. The fact that the Biden administration agreed to this is beyond me.
One last question for Chairman Smith, and we'll broaden the conversation. The legislation is moving to the Senate. What do you see as the path forward from here for actual passage? Are there any bright lines from the House that you would tell your Senate colleagues to not mess around with?
So we've been working hand in glove with Chairman Crapo, Leader Thune, throughout this entire process. I think when you look from the tax perspective, 90 to 95% will stay about the same, and you'll see some minor changes over there. We have a delicate balance. We could only lose 3 seats in the House of Representatives to pass this bill. We passed it 215 to 214 and 1 present. That's as close as you possibly can get. The Senate can only lose 3 votes. They have a 53 majority, and so when I started in the House, I figured that we were losing 2 before we started. There was 2 people that you just couldn't get there. We lost those 2 people. The Senate, I think, is the same way. There's 2 senators that regardless of what you do, they will always vote no. And so you can only lose 1 in both chamber in order to pass it. So you have to thread a very delicate needle, and you got to use balance. Some of the sticking points within balance is the state and local tax deduction. We had to use balance there because we had to make sure that it was a good common ground with our friends in New York, New Jersey, and California. We have members in our conference that was pushing me to eliminate any deduction, not even $1 for state and local tax. And then you have others that was asking for unlimited. And so just creating that center ground, I would encourage my counterparts, don't be too drastic. Be very balanced, and I think they have to be balanced with the makeup of the Senate.
So Gary Cohn, you were in the White House. You played a big role shaping the original TCJA that this extends. What do you like? What are you less enthusiastic about in the big, beautiful bill?
So, look, what I like the most is we are extending the current tax law. You know, I think the horrible outcome would be to have gone through this 8-year period where we simplified the tax code, we made ourselves much more competitive in the world, we lowered rates, we reached all the objectives that we set out to in 2017, and then have them all expire 8 years later. The volatility of that would just be unsubstantiated and would not make any sense on the personal side or on the corporate side. Although the corporate wouldn't change, there would be the trickle-down effect. So the fact that Chairman Smith and his committee understand the importance of predictability and continuity of what we put in 8 years ago, I think is very, very important. So overall, you like what's going on. I think the chairman also brought up a really, really important topic, and if you take nothing else away from here, I think this is the important takeaway. You know, there was a lot of discussion in 2017 when we wrote the legislation, you know, people talking about it being a giveaway to the rich. This is a tax break for the rich. And the chairman gave you the numbers. Our tax collections as a percentage of GDP actually went up with the new legislation. And that is the important piece. What's happened on the deficit side is our spending. And this really, you know, you could talk about COVID, and you could talk about the need for the federal government to get involved in COVID. And I think many of us in this room would say this is exactly when the federal government should get involved and should spend money, as when we're going through a pandemic or a national crisis. But once the crisis is over, the government has to remember what steady state run rate looked like prior to the crisis or prior to the pandemic. So the tax revenue side of what we did in 2017, and what Jason and the committee is doing, continues to make enormous amount of sense. The real issue is on the spending side, and I think that's where people have to understand what steady state run rate looks like going back to let's go to 2019.
So is seeing this legislative process making you nostalgic for 2017, or are you glad that you're a long way from the West Wing right now?
Both. I mean, both. What we did in 2017 was almost nothing short of extraordinary. We were told we couldn't get it done. We were told it was 32 years since, and we're sitting here at Reagan Library, so we were told it's 32 years since tax reform had been done. It's impossible to get done. You know, it's very difficult to lower rates. It's very difficult to move the corporate taxes. It's very difficult to touch many of the, you know, embedded deductions. You know, state and local tax was one of the embedded deductions we couldn't touch. We managed to get those things through. And then there's always massive gyrations inside, and Jason and I were talking about this before we came on, the subtlety behind the tax code and how difficult it is, and how many moving parts there are is really extraordinary. I said to Jason when I did this in 2017, we had about $1.7 trillion of negative revenue deficit to work with in our period over the 10-year window. But to get to that $1.7 trillion of negative revenue, we basically spent about $6.7 trillion and brought in about $5 trillion, so it netted to $1.7 trillion. So literally when you're writing tax code, you're touching every part of the code, and it's very complex. And I know the chairman went through that this time. He was telling me how big the numbers were this time. So it is very complex when you touch all these things, and every time you touch a line of the tax code, there is an interest group somewhere that has an equal, I would say more than an equal and opposite reaction to what you're doing. So it doesn't matter how few dollars it is or how many dollars it is, there's someone that wants that originally left in the tax code the way they left it in. I'll just throw one out. In my day, you know, I was the villain that tried to take carried interest out of the tax code. Jamie's laughing. I was vilified by half the leadership in the House and the Senate.
Maybe some people in this room too.
Yeah, no, I know. It's me. It was me. You know, the good news is I think McConnell, Hatch, Ryan, and Brady, you know, the four of us who were sitting there writing tax code, they looked at me and said, Gary, we're going to do a lot of things here. We're not going to touch carried interest. I said, okay, I got it. So there's things like that you just have to deal with.
So as we go to Jerry Parsky, if you'd like to have a question, go into the app and click on this panel, and you can put in a question. I'll have it on the pad, and we'll layer those in as we proceed. Jerry Parsky, you buy and own and run businesses. What do you think this tax legislation means for the kind of growth outlook, capital spending, capital stock? As you look at it as a business person, investor, what's the upside here?
Well, I start with the proposition, having been in the government and now, as you say, look at from the corporate standpoint, and I look at President Reagan's directive. Bipartisanship is something that's critically important. Winning tax bills by one margin is not bipartisanship. We need that. And I think we need a tax code that is simpler and that is more pro-growth oriented. Growth can address many of the issues. We can talk a little bit about what we've seen in California. California is a big part of the economy today and going forward. And we set up a commission to deal with the tax reform as well as public pension reform. We can talk a little bit about that. But from my standpoint, observing, I think this is a time we're edging toward crisis, and we got to be careful in that context on the economic side. Markets are very volatile. When you're overly dependent on the personal income tax, it's the most volatile form of tax. And businesses can't plan. Investors can't hesitate on whether they should buy or sell companies. So we have to step back. I'm not sure a big, beautiful bill that guarantees somebody will object to this or somebody will object to that will get us there, but it's better than doing nothing, as long as it's oriented around minimizing the reliance on the personal income tax. You need to broaden the base and be able to predict so you can budget carefully.
I mentioned earlier that there are some signs that global investors, bond markets are a little jittery about U.S. assets. We've seen this pattern where in turbulent moments, the dollar falls, yields rise. How worried are you about the bond market and the ability to keep sustaining these deficits going forward, Jerry?
Well, I for one, and I'd be interested in Gary's point of view too, I'm not as concerned about the bond market in one sense. Increased borrowing delivers interest payments to those that own the debt. And the people that own the debt are about 2/3 here, based here, 1/3 abroad. And so I'm less concerned about that than I am about this wide swings in volatility, which I think can cause real economic problems soon.
Gary, is something changing in the capital markets we should be nervous about?
Well, if you want an unpredictably wide swing in volatility, have a failed debt auction in the United States. So I think they're highly correlated to each other. You know, the interest rates market, or the risk-free interest rate market, as we like to believe it, U.S. Treasury market, drives a lot of underlying investment in the world, not just in the United States. And you know, the reality of it is we have the most robust debt market in the world until we don't. And the way the system's set up, it's set up with, I'm not going to go into the primary dealer system, the auction system. There's a lot of checks and balances in the way that we sell debt in the United States, but it's not a foolproof mechanism. You know, if there lacks interest from foreign investors and there lacks interest from US investors, and people don't think it's an adequate risk-adjusted rate of return, rates will move out dramatically and dramatically quickly. And one or two auctions later, you can be in a completely different system. And then when the government gets to a point where it can't efficiently finance itself, we have a completely different position. And when we're there, it's almost too late to deal with it.
Chairman Smoot, how much does that set of worries kind of hang over you and your colleagues as you're writing these bills?
It's one of the biggest conversations, especially with our debt and deficit hawks. When you look at the fiscal health of the nation, that's your #1 criteria. Unfortunately, we've been at a deficit spend the majority of the last 70 years. I think 4 years, we weren't at a deficit spend, but other than that, every year has been a deficit spend. And so looking at the revenues coming in versus the expenditures, it's very crucial on the economic outlook of the viability of our nation.
So there's this old Herbert Stein line that if something can't go on forever, it won't. The question is, this deficit trajectory the U.S. is on, what is the forcing event that makes it mean it won't go on forever? Does this come to a head, and can it be done without a crisis, Gary?
So look, I agree. I don't think this goes on forever. And again, the chairman mentioned this in his opening line. We've got another major event coming up in, let's call it 2033. We're looking at the report on Social Security Trust Fund. Right. Social Security publishes numbers every year to how the fund's going to work and when they're going to run out of money. The one thing we know is they will run out of money. What does that mean? That means by law that they curtail, they drop payments back down to a level where they can make sustainable payments based on the money that's in the fund.
It means automatic cuts to Social Security recipients.
Yeah, and right now they're about, call them 20+% cuts. If you model it out, you see 20% cuts in Social Security coming 2032, 33, 34. It moves around. It moves around by lots of actuarial data. My strong view is, and I'm sure I'm probably right on this one, I don't think there's an elected official in the United States that's going to allow anyone's Social Security check to be cut. So I assume we will find a way to try and deficit finance our way out of Social Security. And we're not talking about something that's that far away. So you take the normal operating deficit that we have today, the amount that we're funding, the interest on that, now start adding on top of that the whole Social Security Trust Fund issue. And that's when I think you run into a potential real problem. It's almost unsustainable. Now, I don't want to go off on a tangent, but the Social Security Trust Fund thing could be solved. It's a really interesting 80-year actuarial algebraic equation. When you have 80 years of present value to work with, it's not that hard to solve. Unfortunately, we need to solve it today and avoid getting to that date.
I think it points out that there have been commissions established.
More than a few.
I hesitated repeating all the commissions, either for the president or for the governor of California, that I've been involved in, none of which have been listened to by the legislature. And there was a Social Security Commission that President George W. Bush established. Relatively straightforward recommendations relating to the retirement age, how you deal with the retirement age, how you accumulate the obligations that exist there in terms of cost of living adjustments. No one would listen. Same thing happened. In addition to Social Security, California is going to bring to Washington, at least that's the prediction of some of us, the unfunded liabilities for public employees in California. The idea of unfunded liability, I'd never heard of such a thing until I got involved with the government. Unfunded liabilities. It's not in the budget. It's not brought forward. It's just a liability that's going to come due. And for public employees' benefits, we did an analysis, another commission, not listened to, but we did an analysis of the unfunded liability just for California. It was $118 billion in 2008. Now it's $290 billion. This means this is an obligation that will come due. What will happen? California is going to go to Washington and say, bail us out. A number of you in the audience probably remember, it ages me, but that's perfectly okay. New York City had a problem, 1975. Came down to Washington. I was in the Treasury Department and said, we have a problem. You have to give us a guarantee or help us. George Schultz, who was a trustee here and a great friend of mine, said to President Ford, we shouldn't be doing this unless they get their house in order. Headline in the Daily News, President Ford to New York City, drop dead. That was the response we got. The same issue on public pension liability. It's going to be enormous. It and Social Security, the crisis will be coming.
So Chairman Smith, how much awareness is there of this looming set of issues in Congress? Is there any appetite to start working, maybe not in a very public-facing way, but behind the scenes to work through possible solutions now?
First off, it's extremely frustrating within Congress is that Congress tends to always kick the can down the road with all the issues. I just look back at this one big beautiful bill, for example. Since November, I have been pushing every moment that I breathe that we have to pass the permanency of the expiring provisions of the 2017 tax cuts, and we need to do it as soon. It took us to Memorial Day. And I had numerous colleagues that's like, oh, you can do it at the end of the year. The 27 million small businesses that don't know if their tax rate's going to be 43.4% or 25 to 28%, they're investing, they're deciding, they're making decisions now. And so why would you wait? It's the same way with the Social Security Trust Fund and Medicare. Why do you wait to the last moment? Unfortunately, that's how Congress operates, and that's what they'll probably do. Mm-hmm. There are reasonable reforms, but it has to be bipartisan. Medicare and Social Security are two such important programs for all Americans. And this is not something one party can do. And so we've done over 20 different roundtables just in my first 2 years as chairman with House Democrats and House Republicans to try to figure out where can we find that common ground. And I'll tell you, passing bipartisan legislation is not easy. I passed a bipartisan tax bill that I negotiated with Senator Wyden, my counterpart at that time, and we got 84% of the vote in the House of Representatives, but then the Senate killed it for political reasons. If the Senate would have passed it, it would have saved our country $450 billion with a B dollars. And R&D, bonus, and interest could be made permanent very easy in this tax code. But unfortunately, bipartisanship is not always there. But I'm willing to I'm willing to do anything as long as it's delivering for the American people.
So let's talk about some of the kind of demographic long-term things that might change that trajectory. Meanwhile, we have a survey that was done by the forum on kind of popular opinion on how to reform Social Security, if we can get that slide up. Increasing the working age population, either through people having more babies, immigration, people working longer till they're older, would change some of this math. Is that on the horizon, Gary?
I mean, all these things are potentially on the horizon. I mean, they're all variables, right? The average work day, the average work week, family size, all of these things are definitely on the horizon. I'm trying to figure out what your chart says here. It says, views on preserving Social Security, raising taxes seems to win at the end of the day. Seems to always be the path of least resistance. The issue we have here in this country on the tax issues, everyone in this room is going to know what I'm going to say, we have an extraordinarily progressive tax system. We have a system where the top 10% of earners pay 75% of federal taxes. The bottom 50% of earners in the United States pay less than 10% of federal taxes. So if we want to just keep raising taxes, the question is, what is the effect on the population here? You keep going after the same 10% of workers. And the question is, are you willing to make fundamental changes to the tax system that I think would be very harmful to our country? Our country has known, and we were having this discussion at dinner last night, we're known because we are a risk-taking country. We're known because we have at-risk capital. It's not a mistake that most of the startup companies in the world got started here in the United States. In fact, over half of them were started by foreigners because they came in the United States because we had risk-based capital. One of the reasons we have risk-based capital is because we have a tax system that incentivizes taking risk. We tax risk-based capital at a different rate than we tax ordinary income. A lot of that wealth and a lot of that income is in returns on risk-based capital. I'm not an advocate. I wouldn't be an advocate for changing the system of how we have grown our economy. But if you're going to get more money out of that top 10%, you're going to have to look at things that I think are relatively draconian, are going to change the way we as a nation have grown. And we have grown by putting risk-based capital to work, which then ultimately creates jobs and creates huge opportunities in this country.
One thing we did in California, we set up a commission to deal with the tax code, and similar to what Gary is saying on a national level, is dominating in California. Less than 1% of the taxpayers account for about 50 to 55% of the revenues for California. And it used to be that the budget was reliant on the sales and use tax, and that shifted. It used to be 60% sales and use tax, 25% or so personal income tax. The opposite now. So a bipartisan group, 7 appointed by the legislature, 7 appointed by the governor, came forward and said, let's recommend changing the system. Take the personal income tax brackets from 6 to 2. Take the top rate from about 9 to 10 down to 6%. Reduce it. Eliminate the corporate tax. Eliminate the state component of the sales and use tax. And among other things, establish a business net receipts tax, somewhat a form of value-added tax helped develop by a brilliant mind, my good friend Michael Boskin. Recommended across the board by the 7 Democrats and 7 Republicans. Not every Democrat agreed to it, but over a majority. What did the legislature do? Nothing. I recommend that any commissions that were established to deal with economic policy require, in establishing those commissions, that a vote be taken by the legislature on each of the recommendations made. Don't let it be a staff-supported activity. But California is illustrative Some people in California have said they want to make the entire country look like California. God help us.
We wouldn't have any houses. So one pathway out of this that would be less painful potentially is if AI, other advances generate productivity gains that change the economic landscape. Gary, you're at IBM. You're a resident technologist on this panel. How plausible is that?
Look, AI is going to have a dramatic impact on the way we work, the way we run our businesses, the way we run our country. We're going to have, we are on the verge of having quote unquote digital workers today. So we are going to have machines that do a lot of the work that is being done by humans today. Now, the vast majority of that work, before anyone gets all excited, is work that has, you know, high error rates, high turnover, high dissatisfaction. It's work that people don't like doing right now. So the digital workers will replace a lot of those people, and they will do the work very efficiently, very high job satisfaction, and low turnover rate. What we have seen historically, and if you look back at the history of this country, when we've gone through one of these major technological evolutions, revolutions, shift, and you go all the way back to the combustion engine, the cotton gin, the internet, the cell phone, what happens is we end up having to retool some people. People earlier in their career, obviously easier to retool. People later in their career, you have to spend some time in figuring out how to reintegrate them into the workforce. But what the history will tell us is as companies get more efficient, they just grow, and they grow bigger. They grow substantially bigger. So the history of us bringing in disruptive technology into American businesses is that the companies get bigger, they get more efficient, they get more profitable, and in the end, they hire substantially more people.
So, you know, there is the situation where AI, at least right now, what it's best at is moving around words, numbers, coding, things like that, not, you know, treating caring for an elderly person with dementia or clearing a bedpan. Is there a mismatch between the kinds of things that AI will solve for, make more efficient, make more productive, and the needs of a kind of aging society?
Look, the AI evolution to robots, which is what you're sort of talking about, are we going to get into robotic? Are we going from digital workers, which are basically machines that can do work, to robotic workers that can do some of those, let's say, menial tasks or tasks that people don't want to do, low job satisfaction jobs? Like, there will be a natural evolution that we will have robotic workers in some of these areas, which will create efficiencies. I don't believe, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't believe that you're going to go see a digital doctor anytime soon in your life. And in fact, if we're headed that way, this is one of the weird things that come out of my mouth. That needs to be a regulated industry because the medical community is a regulated industry. I'm not a big regulator.
Are you allowed to say that in the Reagan Library?
But if the task is regulated today and it's being done by a machine, it should be a regulated task even in a digital world. So my view is, you know, if we're going to go all the way down the edge of AI replacing, you know, higher value added tasks, we're going to have to treat those tasks as they were done by human beings. And by the way, this AI revolution is leading to something that's even more interesting, which is all quantum computing, which we're less than 5 years away. When we get to quantum computing with AI, it's a whole nother leg up in technology.
I saw, I don't know, Gary, you'd be closer than I am, but I saw a statistic that said by 2030, up to 30% of the hours worked could be automated, could be. And if that is close, the tax system is something that will be looked at, but there are different ways to approach it. I, for one, wouldn't say that you could tax automation more. I don't think that's a good thing. Automation will improve productivity, profitability, growth. But there are other things. We could shift the payroll tax to some extent. You could fund your social programs out of automation. There are ways to look at it, but the tax system will be part of the discussion as automation takes over that kind of percentage.
Yeah, sorry.
I would just like to, just sitting here hearing this conversation, it just resonated with us being in the Reagan Library, a big quote of President Reagan when he viewed how the government viewed the economy. He said, if it's moving, tax it. If it continues to move, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidize it. And whenever you think about that, that's what we could do with innovation and AI, is if government gets too involved, they're going to destroy it.
I agree.
And we need to have a fair balance in anything. And that was what Reagan said decades ago. And I think it just really hits point right here.
Yeah, look, on this whole issue of the tax code, like the tax code will evolve, but if we get more and more into a digital economy, it's not like all of our workers are disappearing. People are going to be buying a lot more hardware. They're going to be buying a lot more storage. They're going to be buying a lot more technology people. There are people that are going to be employed by this world. You know,
Sure.
You can go back and how every one of you ran your businesses in 1990 when you had someone on your floor that printed memos, then put them in your mailbox to tell you to go to a meeting an hour from now. It sounds funny when you hear that, but we had that in my work life. Every floor of every office building had mail delivery service. You know, email comes and you no longer need someone to tell you where to go, but that person that was delivering that mail, you know, they became a higher value added person. I think in this digital revolution, we are going to create just as many jobs and more jobs, and I think they're going to be higher paying jobs because the technical skill level you're going to need, whether it's your robots or whether it's your AI or whether it's quantum computing, the skill level is going to be higher, the pay level is going to be higher, and there's going to be plenty of income and corporate profits to tax.
And there would be, I think, a big push for job retraining. And we can be committed to job retraining as part of a program.
So back on the kind of long-term demographics, entitlements outlook, the other thing that might shift that balance would be higher fertility rates, more babies. Not immediately, it takes 20 years for a baby to become a part of the workforce, but is there anything policy can and should be doing? The Trump administration has talked a little bit about this, Chairman Smith. What can Congress or should Congress be doing on encouraging child?
This is definitely a part of the conversation, but I would just revert back to a lot of those issues. We have various provisions within the One Big Beautiful Bill that can help make it easier for families for people to work and have a family. We increased the child tax credit in this bill, another $500 to $2,500. We also addressed paid family leave, which was a very important thing from originally in 2017 that we put within this legislation. So there's numerous things you can do. Of course, the baby bonds initiative is something that's put in here to help the trajectory of future kids. But there's a few things. I also believe that when you look at the no tax on overtime that was in it, that really helps a declining workforce.
Yeah.
Because it incentivizes more productivity of the current workforce so that they can work and not have to pay taxes on that overtime whenever you're already having difficulty in having enough employees.
Let's go to a question from the audience. State and local tax policy often undermines or duplicates federal efforts, particularly in areas like housing, labor mobility, climate investment. What role should federal policy play in coordinating with or correcting subnational fiscal behavior? Maybe, Jerry, you've been on these California boards. What can be done to coordinate the federal and state level policy environment better?
Well, I just think that there's got to be a closer coordination between what's happening at the state level, the budgeting process to go through. If there is a common problem relating to the personal income tax, which there is, that should be addressed by both the state and the federal government. Right now, it's almost as if the state is operating in a different country, and there's no reason for that.
Great. Another question back on the bond market. Looking forward, four of the largest purchasers of U.S. Largest purchasers of U.S. Treasuries will be diminishing their investment. The Federal Reserve through QE, or now QT, quantitative tightening, China, Japan, and regulated U.S. banks. At the same time, the supply of Treasuries will expand dramatically due to current and future deficits. What's the balancing point in these trends, Gary?
Well, historically, the balancing point has been rate. That market's clear at a clear.
Supply demand.
Yes, basic supply demand. But look, we are beholden to foreign direct investment into the bond market. I don't think we are never going to be, well, never is a long time. I don't think we're going to be a country that can support our own debt market. We are going to need foreigners to come in and buy a percentage of our debt market. We're going to want them to come in and buy. Historically, over the last 20 or 30 years, buying dollars, buying U.S. assets, buying U.S. debt has been the best investment foreigners have been able to make for a long period of time. I don't think that's a bad place to be. We would want foreigners coming in and lending money to the U.S. government so we can continue to live our life. And I just think that's a reality that we're going to need foreign direct investment, both in our corporate world, but in our government spending as well.
I think we have to be careful in that equation. I totally agree with what Gary just said. But I think we need to be careful on how trade policy fits in to this equation. And what are we doing in terms of undermining or potentially undermining, attracting foreigners, if you will, to do exactly what you were recommending?
Chairman Smith, do you think of there being a tipping point on interest rates where the debt service cost gets so high that it requires kind of radical reform? Is that something on your radar?
I think people should be very concerned. Before I was chairman of Ways and Means 2.5 years ago, I was the Republican leader of the House Budget Committee. So looking at debt deficits was my main focus. And I remember the interest expense that we paid just 3 years ago was right around $300 billion a year to service our debt. Now it's over $1.1 trillion to service our debt. So if members of Congress aren't focused on that expense whenever it's more than the defense budget, then they probably shouldn't be in Congress.
I mean, is this a way in which we're lulled by the 2010s when interest rates were near zero for much of a decade and much higher debt burdens seemed plausible and manageable than they look like right now? Yeah. Is that right? All right, final questions on Social Security entitlements, demographics. What now? Does anything happen between now and 2032, 2033 when there's the risk of imminent cuts to Social Security benefits? Is there a pathway to having some of the stuff worked out before the last minute, or are we kicking the can until there's no other choice?
We have to be on the verge of a crisis. It's, we used to say in Washington, a crisis brings about change. And you got to be right on the verge in order for, unfortunately, bipartisanship to play.
You would hope, and this is hope, that we could start attacking some of the unbelievably low-hanging fruit. Like, I'll give you an example.
Right.
A child born in 2026, I don't think they're going to vote next year. A child born in 2026, their retirement age could be 72. And the actuarial tables might tell you that. I understand it's really hard to change a retirement date on someone that might vote in the next couple of years, but they're not going to vote for another 18 years. I think we could take some shots. But no, you're laughing. We have to start at the basics.
And that's the kind of thing.
So look, if that's not a bipartisan move, because we know that since the last time we changed Social Security eligibility, life expectancy is up 4.5 years. So why don't we raise the retirement eligible age up till 70, 72 right now for people born next year and beyond? And then maybe put in some escalator. Maybe it goes up a month a year for the next 20 years.
Just the age and the cost of living calculation. Yeah. Those two things could address a major part of the Social Security issue.
Yep. Coming to a 2028 presidential debate near you, how this stuff can get worked out in the next presidential term. We are out of time. Thank you so much, Gary Cohn, Jerry Parsky, Jason Smith, and Reagan.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. The fireside chat featuring Mr. Jamie Dimon will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center.
Indeed, I often reflect that it was not too long ago when sand was just the stuff that beaches were made of. In fact, one of the lines in my old speeches said if we put the government in charge of sand, there'd be a shortage. And now the mind of man has given the silicon and sand virtually limitless value in the form of the microchip, a tiny invention that's transforming the world economy more dramatically than any event since the Industrial Revolution.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to AI and Economic Growth, separating the truth from the hype. Please welcome Mr. Will Knight of Wired and our distinguished panelists.
Hey. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So you heard about death and taxes this morning. We're going to hopefully cheer you up by talking about what comes before that, which is ideally some huge economic growth as well as some challenges. But I want to start off by asking if I could see a show of hands who hasn't tried ChatGPT or a similar AI tool or something. Really? Okay. Impressive. All right. There's one person. So I mean, ever since I know, hopefully nobody on stage, but ever since November 2022, we've been in this extraordinary moment. I've covered AI for a very long time, and it's very clear that this is a transformative, remarkable technology. It's been adopted faster than anything in history. And yet, we're also seeing a lot of uncertainty about it. We see predictions for the economic impact of generative AI ranging from a few percent per year to up to 30% over the next 10 years. And there's a great deal of uncertainty from lots of people, from the general public. So I want to kick things off by getting into some of that uncertainty. So Catherine, if you could maybe start off by helping us understand why do you think people are so uncertain about how this is going to impact the economy?
Oh, well, I think it makes perfect sense why there's so much uncertainty. I think it's probably one of the greatest technological shifts of our time, certainly of my lifetime. But I think we're going to look back and say that it's bigger than the internet. And I think that's okay. There's going to be lots of changes. There's going to be lots of changes in job creation and how we interface as humans with the rest of the world. The human-to-machine sort of relationship, I think, is fundamentally going to shift. So I think it's fine that there's uncertainty. But I'm actually very excited about it. So I work in the physical world. The companies that I invest in, we call it American Dynamism, are companies that support the national interests. But often they're building in the physical world. And in my belief on what I think is going to happen, where AI is going to have the greatest impact, is I actually think it's going to have the greatest impact in the physical world. And I think that's a little bit contrarian, but if you're paying attention to what's happening in venture capital right now, I'd say there's two really, really hot sectors that have blown up in venture capital, especially at the early stage. One is everything related to AI, both on the infrastructure side and on the application layer, but then also everything that's happening in the physical world. And my view actually comes from a founder I talked to 2 days ago, where I asked him, he's building in a construction space, an AI-enabled construction company, and I said, are you hiring software engineers? And he said, actually, no. I don't think I'm going to have to hire a single software engineer for a very long time, but I need chemists, I need chemical engineers, I need physicists, I need mechies, I need everything else. And if you look at what happened with stagnation since the 70s, you saw everyone sort of leave those fields and go to the digital world. We have had so much digital innovation over the last 50 years. That's been the entire story of the 21st century in terms of technology, economic growth. And I think what's going to happen is a lot of the talent that oversaturated into that computer science degree, into that becoming a programmer, is now realizing that the real opportunity is leveraging AI in the physical world, and that working on hardware is actually where the opportunity is, rather than competing with these, I would say, vastly improving AI that's taking over a lot of the keyboard jobs. And so I think if we look 25 years in the future, at the next quarter of the century, we're going to see just an explosion of building that looks a lot more like the 19th century, and that the physical world will be fundamentally transformed. And that a lot of innovation will have moved away from the digital world, at least human innovation, right? But humans working with AI to improve the physical world. And so I think that's why you're seeing so much enthusiasm for these American Dynamism companies.
That's fascinating. I mean, yeah, we'll get into coding and AI in a little bit. Even the person who hasn't used ChatGPT, you may not realize it, but you're now a proficient software like vibe coder. You can code some stuff. You should try it.
Yes.
But perhaps, Secretary Chow, if you could talk about, this obviously this technology is moving so quickly, and there is a great deal of uncertainty about what the impact is going to be like on productivity as well as jobs. How does that complicate the picture from the government standpoint?
Well, as being the former Secretary of Transportation and Secretary of Labor, I have seen how technology can really empower the workforce, but it can also be a tremendous disruptor. What you are seeing now, and not putting any political spin on anything, is that the government is pretty much the last place where disruption has not occurred, and it is now occurring. But what we're seeing also is all these changes will take time, because supposedly $7 trillion in increased GDP is to be added, and yet productivity gains have only been about 1.2% for the last 10 years. I want to be optimistic about this new world that we are entering in. And as Catherine mentioned, it is not just an upgrade of IT, it is a whole transformation of the way we move, work, and live. And the imperative is, how do we equip, how do we prepare our people, our citizens, our residents, our workforce to be able to adapt to these changes? What we're seeing is that majority, 88% of CEOs say that they're working on AI already. And yet only 38% of workers feel as if they are ready to deal with all of this new technology. And there will be winners and losers. We will see a change in the way we work. And those who will probably have greater duration are those occupations which show innovation, strategic vision. The C-suite, for example, leading in an era of uncertainty, and also creativity. If you're a fashion artist or a creative artist, or something that requires creativity, technology can lead, but it won't spark influencers, let's say. And then we're going to see those who are in the traditional type of analysis, kind of rote interpretation, translation. I think that's going to be taken over. So how do we help our workforce adapt to these sometimes very scary changes? And we want to do so in a way that doesn't impair new innovation and the trends toward innovation. So I always say the government's role is to engage responsibly with emerging technologies to address legitimate public concerns about safety, security, and privacy without hampering innovation. And one last point, going on to innovation, let's take a look at AVs, autonomous vehicles. When I was Secretary of Transportation, I made a small change in the guidelines and regulations as to what defined a driver. All you had to say, and all we did was to say, the definition of a driver can include not only a human being, but an automated driving system. Now that in itself took 6 months, okay? Because you have to go out for comment and period and remarks, and then you have to rewrite the whole thing. But with that small change, that actually tremendously spurred the development of the autonomous vehicles. So government has tremendous authority and power, and we need to make sure that the government is acting to have guardrails, but not hamper innovation, which is, again, a tremendous American hallmark.
Yeah, the self-driving car, the autonomous car analogy is a great one. I think there was relatively little regulation. There wasn't too much around that. Do you think that that is something we ought to be trying to replicate here? Because there's a lot of talk about regulation.
Again, the first rule for government is do no harm. And so we want to ensure that innovation prevails because that's who we are as Americans. And then we also need to make sure that there is consistent and harmonized regulations. So this state-by-state patchwork of regulations is actually quite damaging.
Right.
And for insurance, in this example, how autonomous vehicles can operate, we are needing a national kind of system or protocol of regulations. And it's happening already, but autonomous vehicles are only 5% of vehicles. And one may ask, why is that? I've always said consumer acceptance will determine the rate of advancement of these new technologies. If those of you that are so smart in this field, pushing all this, involved in developing all these new innovations, if you do not communicate with the rest of the country and explain your enthusiasm and your concern about safety, security, and privacy, that would be a factor in why there's not greater consumer acceptance and greater distribution of this technology in our economy.
Okay, great. Well, so I want to go back to the idea of this wave coming, and I'm not to pour cold water on it too much, but if you look at the economic data, there's not much job displacement currently, and also there's an S&P report that came out saying that 47% of companies were abandoning their generative AI projects. So I want to turn to Elad, because I think you work and have worked within tech companies for a long time. What do you see that's showing you that this is a profound technology that will affect things?
Yeah, it's a great question, because I think that if you look at the standard hype cycle, everybody gets incredibly excited about technology. They say enormous change is coming. They say all these jobs will get displaced. Mm-hmm. And then it's kind of a bit of a yawn for a couple years as mainly startups grow off of the technology. Although I think in this case, there's lots of examples of very large existing companies actually adopting technology at scale and already using it. And we can talk about that in a minute. But I think ultimately it takes many years for an enterprise or for a big organization, a government, et cetera, to adopt it. And mobile is a good example. You look at the very first mobile application for Bank of America, and I think that came out in 2009, 2010, and it was a very bad interface. It would break half the time. You couldn't really do much on it. You had trouble logging in. Yeah. And today you can walk up to an ATM and push and click on your phone and take out money, or take a picture of a check and it'll automatically put it into your account. There's all these things you can suddenly do, but it took a decade. Mm. And so usually these transformations take a while to propagate, particularly for the biggest organizations, which are often the most important organizations. And then in parallel, you have startups just growing really fast against this. Yeah. If you actually look at revenue or revenue figures or usage, utilization of this technology is actually immense in terms of the rate of adoption. So you look at the number of ChatGPT users over the last 2 years, it's rumored to be in the high hundreds of millions. If you look at revenue, Microsoft, for example, in its last quarter for Azure said that it had a $28 billion or so quarter. I think 15% of that was AI. Mm. So if you think about that, that's billions of dollars a quarter being generated just on one cloud. So I actually think the technology adoption has been very fast this time around. It doesn't quite feel like it's propagated, which is true, but I think the big change is going to take a decade, and we're really going to see that substantiate.
Would you have oh, go ahead.
I actually see that as very positive.
Yeah.
That means that we as a society, have time to begin to start thinking about this in a very profound and effective way, and get our people ready for it. So I think that's actually quite positive.
Yeah, no, we have time.
So Elad, would you have advice for companies that are maybe struggling to get their AI to work?
Yeah, it always goes in a couple waves, right? You have a few people inside the organization kind of play around with it, you prototype, you talk about it. And then often, to be honest, it takes a few years for an organization to shift the way it works enough around a technology. That happened with the internet. That happened with mobile. It's always kind of the same thing where you, in some cases, literally have to change how your organization works. And the promise of this AI is it's very good at understanding language. Mm. This wave of generative AI is very good at understanding language. It's good at understanding images. And that really suggests that there's certain jobs that it's going to augment the best. People talk a lot about coding, but if you look at back office business processes, you look at legal, you look at accounting, you look at sales management, you look at a variety of things, this technology is going to be very important for those sorts of fields. And you already start to see it getting adopted. And so it's back to do also have, at least for a large organization, the change management practices needed to say, hey, actually we can make each person on our customer success team 5 times more effective. But how do we change the nature of that work? How do we change the nature of that organization to make sure that we can support that?
Yeah, I was talking to Block, the finance company, and they've developed their own agentic tool and got everybody to use it because they were thinking this is going to be a big deal. And that seemed like a very impressive way to kind of accelerate innovation there. So Evan, your company is doing amazing stuff with AI, and the supply chain is obviously a huge topic in of itself, but I know you have thoughts on how AI is going to change productivity and work. What do you see from what you're doing?
So we're a technology company. We write our own software to apply artificial intelligence across the world's largest network of supply chain data to map it all out and solve different supply chain related problems. We're on the front line of AI adoption as a software company using agentic flows and other tools to code.
Mm-hmm.
And so, the question is, are we now preparing to fire our software engineers or not?
Right.
And the answer is no, right? So we're just going to build more product more quickly and create more value. And I think some version of that is going to be the storyline. Of course, there's going to be disruption. Of course, there's going to be job displacement. But there's going to be a productivity miracle. We're already seeing it, on the front lines as early adopters. And you'll be able to create more goods and services more quickly with the same base of labor. And remember, we have today a unemployment rate that's at near historic lows. So I'm not so worried about this massive wave of disruption and job loss. It will happen. There will be industries that are more or less impacted, but the net new job creation and the pace of that job creation, I think I'm very optimistic about.
That's great. I should say you can submit questions if you want to. They'll appear on this iPad if I don't manage to lock it. So you go ahead and do that. So the coding example is really fascinating because this is one of those jobs that was seen as sort of a secure career path and very high skilled. And yet we have people like Dario at Anthropic saying that there's going to be tons of the 90% of code is going to be written by coders and they won't need so many coders. I think it's telling they did say that at a developer conference myself. And I've been looking at this quite closely. I feel like, so Elad, do you think that coders are going to disappear or they'll change the nature of that work?
It's kind of interesting because in general, if you look at coding as a discipline or a field, there's millions of practitioners globally.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them are very good and some of them are less skilled, just like any other job or labor force or anything else. And so the question is, what is this technology going to augment the most first? And then eventually, what is it going to displace the most?
Mm-hmm.
And I think what it augments the most is the very best and the very worst developers to some extent. It provides tools for the people who aren't as strong in terms of being able to do things quicker or more easily or in an automated fashion. And then it gives enormous leverage to the best people.
Yeah.
And if you think about it from a long-term trend perspective, there should be some form of displacement of what we consider coding today, which is actually writing lots and lots of lines of code.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's pretty inevitable. And the question is less of if and more of a when.
Right,
is that a 3-year thing? Is that a 10-year thing? It'll eventually happen. And there's a lot of different jobs that we have displaced in the past that we don't really talk about anymore.
Yeah.
And we can make a long list of those. The sort of most ridiculous one is apparently there used to be operators for elevators.
Right.
Right, and then eventually that got displaced. So there are jobs that will go away.
There still are.
Yeah. And so, fundamentally, I do think that a lot of what we think of as sort of day-to-day coding will go away at some point. And then the question is, does that unlock the potential for anybody to sit down and build an application or a program, and is that coding?
Yeah.
At that point, is it business creation? Is it job? Like, what are you doing? And what should you call that role?
Uh-huh.
And so I do think we're going to have a shift, but I do think there'll be all sorts of very large-scale displacement for all sorts of fields over time, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And a really interesting question, I think, is whether this translates to other areas of the economy, other kinds of knowledge work. And one thing that I've heard economists worry about, and even some people cite, is that you may have some junior developers or management consultants lose some of the skills that they would develop through practice. I think so. Yeah, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's really interesting because when I did diligence on a company called Harvey that I backed, which is, I think, really emerging as the main AI legal company.
Yeah.
And so they basically provide tools for law firms to be able to, do various aspects of their work with different types of tooling more rapidly, et cetera. And so I called a lot of the CEOs of these law firms as part of this, and they work with many of the top 10 sort of law firms in the world. And I was surprised by what they were saying, because usually law firms don't adopt technology rapidly, right? They're usually a very slow adopter. And in this case, they're adopting Harvey incredibly rapidly. And I said, what is the thing that worries you the most about this technology? And they said, we think the number of associates we're going to have should shrink. not the number of partners, but the number of associates. And so if we have 1/10 as many associates eventually, how do we think about career progression? How do we train them? What do they learn? What do they pick up over time? And so it's a shift in terms of how you actually think about your human capital that persists, and how do you train it, and how do you get it to the next level if the day-to-day job they normally would have done goes away? What does that mean?
I actually think that's the most interesting point on this, because we're talking a lot about coders and programmers, and what's interesting about that profession is a lot of those people don't go to college, they don't take out $200,000 of debt to get their job at Google. A lot of them are just very good at coding. But legal is actually, I think, the best example of this, where, as you said, if you only need 1/10 of the associates, but the universities aren't shrinking their class sizes to 1/10. You have a lot of people in America who were told that law is a profession where if you work very hard, you spend $200,000 to get your degree, you're going to have a job waiting for you at the end of that. And if those jobs aren't there, that actually is something where the credentialed class will rebel. And you do see AI affecting, I think we talk about it in terms of high skill work or low skill work, but I actually think it has a lot more to do with credential and the investment that people put into that credential, expecting that there will be a job and that there will be steadiness on the other end of that. And I think the people who are going to do the best and the jobs that are going to be created out of AI are actually ones that fluctuate in chaos. Like entrepreneurship is going to flourish because of AI. It is like AI is just going to help anyone who wants to become a small business owner or an entrepreneur in this country thrive, because the cost of the things that you need and the friction to start a business is going to zero. But if you're someone who wanted to go to law school, who has that debt and says, okay, I want to become a lawyer and I just want to go work at my local law firm, that job isn't there. And I do think that would be a mindset shift for the last 30, 40 years of how we think about what a high skill job is and a credential job is coming out of the university system. My belief is that AI is going to disrupt the university system more than anything, because the way that we have translated education credentials is not going to be relevant in an AI ecosystem and an AI-enabled world.
I think that's a great point. I was just going to bring up education, because I think you can see this the enormous freak out and enormous impact. There's been stories about people not handing their homework in because ChatGPT was down, and so on. And but I actually think those students are probably the ones who are experimenting and figuring out how to use this technology much better than anybody else. And I don't know if you all know this, but the FAA at one point had to require pilots to fly manually, because they become so good at relying on autopilot that when something went wrong, they weren't able to cope. And so I wonder, Secretary Chao, we were talking a little bit before about when you were just talking about the impact this is likely to have. What do you think? How should we think about this in education?
I think Catherine makes an excellent point. It's not only in legal, investment banking, all these analysis, all these analysts in the government. There's so many policy analysts in the government. So we have to take a look. I mean, you've mentioned that there will be job displacement. So what is the societal responsibility? What is the government's responsibility? As of now, the US government has about 34 different agencies that administer training programs, spending well over $28 billion. And I don't have the most recent numbers, but these were the ones that I have. And how are we going to deal with training and retraining, reskilling a whole swath of the population that will be reflective, actually, of educational levels as well? And how do we, as a society, address those who will be left behind? Because there will be those who are left behind, and that's a hard fact. Not only how do we transition them, but how do we manage those and respond to the needs of those who will be there for a quite long time. So I think that's a large societal issue and societal responsibility that we have, the government is going to have to deal with, because the government is a reflection of all of you and of our citizens and residents. And as this uncertainty mushrooms, if it does, and as there's greater dislocation with a populist movement that is now so prevalent in our country and worldwide, these will have major significant societal impacts, government policies impact as well. So it's a lot to think about, which is why it's good that we have the time.
I don't know if we can bring up the slide that we have down here, but there's a, yes, okay, so there's a survey that the Reagan Institute just did where they were looking at many things related to this event, but this is attitudes towards artificial intelligence. And I think, given how incredible this technology is, and given how the projections for economic growth are so huge, there is, quite clearly you can see from this huge trepidation from people. But I want to ask if folks have an idea of where this comes from. Is this just about jobs? Evan, what do you think? Is it purely jobs, or has the discussion around AI become kind of negative by default?
I was invited to give testimony for the Senate. It was a bipartisan hearing on AI safety.
Mm-hmm.
This was a couple years ago. And I was sat next to your boss. And if you remember, the tone at the time was, killer robots, Terminator, massive job loss, the non-aligned runaway AI is going to disrupt everything. I think some of that was in the zeitgeist. It was a moment in time. You had Elon out there for various reasons, trumpeting a very kind of scary storyline with a lot of downside. My argument was, and my advice to the Senate was, the government can't possibly regulate against all possible bad permutations of a future application of this technology. And we have an almost perfect track record of screwing that up when we try, right? Like look at the financial regulations and too big to fail and so on. So rather, at this moment, you have the macro frame is you have what I really, truly, in my bones believe, a great power competition where, it's playing out in the supply chain, which is where I spend my time. It's also playing out in the artificial intelligence race.
Yeah.
And if you believe that AI is going to be the commanding heights of the 21st century, and you believe that the AI platform that gets deployed around the world is going to be the way to sort of manage and communicate values, and if you believe in something like a techno-dollar, which I am increasingly believing in, then the point is, like, the United States has to be accelerating into this. And I do believe there are potential downsides to worry about, right? So don't hear that. What I'm saying is we can't possibly know and anticipate and prevent all possible bad things in the future. So the stance we should be taking now is how do we maximize the probability that the good things that we're trying to win on come true, right? The very positive applications of AI, the economically transformational applications of AI, how do we accelerate into those? And I believe government does have a role to play in just that, right? Government can be a massive buyer. Government has some of the largest data holdings on Earth. So economics, supply chain, healthcare, education, defense, right? Those data holdings could be leveraged to accelerate into these beneficial applications and to guide the development of those technologies. It's going to take some amount of public-private partnership, but to guide the development of those technologies so that more of the positive future comes true, right? As opposed to worrying and trying to anticipate all possible bad versions of the future.
Yeah. We currently have a skill gap right now.
Right.
I mean, most of the employers that I talk to, their number one concern is finding the appropriate talent. And yet there are millions of people who are looking for jobs at any one time and unable to latch onto the jobs of that they wish because of the current skills gap. And so the question is whether AI is going to exacerbate that gap or whether it will reduce it. But at the very minimum, I think there needs, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds, although if you're interested, I'm more than glad to, with the training programs that the government has, and should be done in conjunction with the private sector. I mean, private companies should be thinking about how do they educate their own workforce, existing workforce, and how do they adapt? Because the cost of hiring a new worker, reskilling, it's actually quite expensive. The transitional cost is very high. So you might as well just try to train the workers that you have. And with the government, they should be entering into public-private partnerships where they're actually training for real jobs that exist. Right now, government training programs are 2 years in duration. Well, nobody can take 2 years out of the workforce. And we have also, so we need to shorten the training programs. We actually need to consider something that has become a verboten word. We need to think about vouchers. giving government assistance in some kind of portable way to workers so that they can select for themselves what kinds of training that they need, that they want, and let them decide. And then we have also learned from past transition programs, transfer programs, that sometimes if these programs are overly generous, we actually disincentivize the workforce from transitioning to another job. So these assistance programs need to be thoughtful. They need to be helpful. They need to address the needs of those who need them, but not too much. So that balance in these training programs, as I mentioned, one, shorten them. Two, give those who are qualified and eligible vouchers. And then, number three is to understand that any kind of assistance programs needs to be effective, needs to be just the right amount of assistance and not too much, not too few either.
Yeah, so Catherine, your boss Mark has written about the enormous potential of AI and how we should have this this attitude towards American dynamism.
Yeah.
And I think that it's very true that it's somewhat polar. It has been somewhat polarized. How do you sort of inspire people when there is this worry? I think that's one of the key questions: is how do we get people to kind of maybe it's using the technology more or something?
Well, I think the discourse has changed fundamentally since 2023 to 2025. And I actually want to go back to the national security point, because I think now there's a recognition. There were previous questions of, is artificial intelligence good? Job displacement? That feels like it was a conversation we were having 18 months ago. And then I think, this administration in particular, Vice President Vance laid out what I would call the seminal AI, sort of America's view on how we build AI. And it was from a national security perspective. We are in an arms race with China. It is not going to slow down. It is not going to stop. They are near peer on AI. We do have an advantage, but it's a small advantage. And we have to think about three things when we're developing AI policy. The first is we want to make America the best. We want AI dominance, American AI dominance, but we want that dominance globally. So we want to build products in America, and we want to share it with all of our allies. Two, we have to build the underlying supply chain for all of the products needed. So that's energy, that's all of the component products. We need to be building the physical things that power AI, and we have to be the leader of the world in that as well, which is again, that's the physical world. That's different than just the applications that sit on top of the AI, which we've been talking about a lot. But the third thing he said, and I think this is incredibly important, and this will be probably dominating the political conversation for the next 20 years, is that labor has to have a seat at the table when these decisions are being made. And I think if you remember those three things, and I think it goes back to Alad's point that we have time, this is not something where you're going to see massive job loss tomorrow, but that you need to have the human conversation of how do we protect those who are left behind, how do we think about that and retrain them and do the things in the right way, but also recognizing that we don't have a choice. This is not we can just stop the clock, we can do the 6-month pause. That was 2 years ago when we were sort of living in fairyland. Like now we actually realize that we have a near-peer adversary and we don't want Chinese AI dominating the globe. And so I think the national security point on this has been put at the forefront. And I understand that it seems like 50% of people are concerned, and the other 50% of people on the chart are either optimistic or have no kind of no views on it, which I always think it's interesting. I want to talk to people who have no views on it because I think they're probably most representative of most Americans. Most Americans don't think about technology, they use it, and they like it. And I actually think the consumer will have a much, much bigger voice in where AI goes than any of the conversations that we're having here today.
Okay, I want to, we can talk a bit more about the international picture, but I wanted to just very briefly bring up agents, agentic AI, which you've probably heard is the latest buzzword, but for me it's actually a very exciting and important idea because it's about getting AI not just to talk to you through a chatbot window, but actually do things. Which if you want to have you want to think about usefulness, this is really what you want. So, Elad, you were working with some companies doing. Can you explain agentic AI better than I just did?
Oh, sure. I mean, agentic AI, to your point, is AI that will go and do actions on your behalf. So the difference is, for example, you can chat with ChatGPT and ask it, what are some fun places to go in, Florida, and it's very different from it then going and booking the actual trip for you or scheduling it for you or finding the flights and the hotel rooms and the reservations. So actually taking actions on your behalf. So more and more AI companies have now started building out these agentic tools, which allow you to not only ask, but also do deeper tasks. Very early examples of that may be some of the deep research projects or deep learning projects where you can go in and ask for it to go and look up literature and synthesize it for you around different topics. So Google and OpenAI and Perplexity and a number of companies have those sorts of tools right now. There's a company called called Cognition, which has a AI coding agent called Devin, which does this for code. So it'll help if you want to migrate a system or do other things that are more complex than just help autocomplete some code for me, which is what most of the coding companies do today. So eventually the belief is that you'll have this world where the AI will have some form of memory. So it remembers what you asked and it remembers what steps is taken for you. It has the ability to act recursively, so it can go back and do task after task. And then it has some form of reasoning capabilities so it can adjudicate on its own. You said that you wanted a trip to Florida, but let me actually make sure that these are the 3 cities you wanted to go to, and let me confirm it and double check it, and then maybe even suggest some things to you versus just being a passive piece of all this. And so I think right now there's sort of the hype and the reality. The reality is that there's a handful of companies that can do really simple tasks for you that I think are actually already quite useful. The reality is this is still a couple years away in terms of really being a large-scale area, and the hype part of it is every company now selling to enterprise claims they have agents whether they change their product or not. Right. Because it's kind of the fun marketing and sales thing to talk about, and everybody's very excited about Agentic AI and adopting it and everything else. Mm-hmm. But I think this is the real promise, and so one way to think about where AI is heading, right now we're thinking about it as some tooling. Eventually you're going to be buying units of human labor. And you'll be buying different units of human labor online. You're going to be buying legal labor. You're going to be buying accounting labor. You're going to be buying coding. You're going to be buying units of time with these highly complex bots running in the cloud that will be doing work on your behalf. And some of that will be very deep work. And so if you think about what you have right now in ChatGPT or Perplexity or some of these other tools, you basically have an intern. It's very eager. It's trying to get things done. It kind of screws things up and you have to correct it, right? You're like, don't do that again, please. And if you curse at it, it says, please don't curse at me, right? And then what we're moving towards is eventually it's going to be like a very good new grad, and then it's going to be like somebody with a couple years experience, and it's going to get better and better with these capabilities, and eventually you're like, I'm going to trust you to go book this thing or do this work on my behalf. But I think the big transition mentally that at least I've gone through over the last year or two about thinking about this stuff is it's not just about tooling, it's about units of labor that we're eventually going to be buying for different forms of labor. And that's really the big, I think, revolution that's happening here.
Can I add to that just quickly? Because I do think this is why it's possible we will have a small business renaissance. Because when you look at companies like Shopify and Stripe, which I'd say are sort of the first companies in this iteration of how do you open up the internet and all of the world to small business owners that live on Main Street, it's like they opened up the tooling for payments. They opened up the marketplace. But labor is the big unlock when you think of, okay, if you're a small business owner, how do you buy units of labor? And so when all of that cost goes close to zero, the friction to start a new business is incredibly low. And so I think we're just going to see the small business, like a real Main Street small business, not venture back, but small business renaissance, where people are building because it's very easy to build. And so we're going to see a lot of labor actually move to entrepreneurship. So you'll see the labor class go to the owner class. And I think that's something that we haven't seen in really human history.
Evan, I beg your pardon.
So just building on the agent point, so we've got an agentic system in our platform for managing cross-border trade. And obviously in this environment, that's a helpful thing to have. The reason I want to build on your point and then highlight an interesting dynamic. So, if you're moving goods across a border, you have to figure out the customs classifications and then the duties and permits that come off of that. And then of course the tariffs, right? And so over the last few months, you have this incredible shock to the system, all this new complexity, and so business as usual is just kind of broken. And the humans with that job in the logistics business or in the enterprise business who move these goods, they're called customs brokers. They're licensed professionals that read the trade law and they make these determinations and they figure out what things are classified and how. So we have a system where we manage the product master data, like looks at the whole supply chain, and it goes through all that reasoning of how things should be classified and which tariffs apply under what valuation rules, and it's going over hundreds of pages of underlying text and so on and so forth. Now, the reason I bring it up is two points. It's turning the customs brokers who are still in the loop, right? They are our customers, right? We work with some of the biggest retailers, the biggest logistics companies in the world. It's turning them into managers and not knowledge workers.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be a trend. I think the other thing that this surfaces is the law says that a licensed customs broker must be the final sign-off on one of these determinations. And so the system we've designed necessarily puts the ultimate decision. Now they can bulk select and based on the confidence just kind of attest to it, but it still puts the human in the decision-making loop because the law says so. Mm-hmm. But all of that work, with few exceptions, where it's asking questions of a human here or there, all that work is just happening under the hood. So the product experiences we're building around agents are increasingly putting the user in the role of manager of knowledge work and not the doer of the knowledge work.
Interesting. Secretary, you wanted to?
Yes, going back to your point about regulations, these regulations that have been in the books for so long, we are still following, as a country, labor laws that were made in 1934. And talk about overtime and definitions as to who gets overtime. There's actually rules about key punch operators, that they are exempt workers.
Oh, that's interesting.
So what happens is that the regulations are not aligned. And so that's going to slow down the transformation. And also the silos and the current organizational pillars that we have, and also fragmentation of the databases. Because you get power, superpower, from the conglomeration of this tremendous database, but what happens if they're still fragmented? And lastly, as we all know, is there are institutional organizations that are very concerned about protecting their workers from certain infringements. So we have to bring them along as well, and that's why it's going to take time. Yeah. And that's why whatever we do, number one, we'll have time. Number two, we have to do it carefully. Because there's so much we don't know, and that's just what I'm concerned about, is that we act too quickly, and we don't know what we don't know, and then implement regulations or whatever that actually harm the development.
So I'm going to turn to some of the questions here. We've got some great questions, and this is referring back to, you were talking, Catherine, about the idea of doing more around physical work. Yeah. And so this question is, if we automate thinking jobs, thinking and doing jobs, are we prepared for the backlash? I mean, I don't think we can not try and apply technologies like AI to things like manufacturing, though, right?
Oh no, and I think when we talk about automation, I think sometimes people think that humans are going to be completely removed from the calculus. And I think one of the companies that I work very closely with, Hadrian, is a perfect example of bringing automation into a machine shop to build critical aerospace and defense parts. You'll hear from Chris today, but it's a good example of it's actually a workforce development to have AI enabling a human. So it used to be that you'd have to study as an apprentice under a skilled machinist for 3 years to be able to machine an aerospace part that goes on a starship. Now you can do it for 30 days. And Chris has many examples of people he's brought in from Chipotle or former school bus drivers who've learned how to machine a part in 30 to 60 days because the artificial intelligence and the software they've built is so critical to how the factory runs. And so I think we're going to see more and more of that. When we talk about complete automation or bringing automation into these industries, the human's always going to be incredibly necessary. These are very complex, and I think in some ways, founders who are building hardware businesses recognize just how important the humans are, but they're being superpowered by these AI products that can help them build. And so I think that's a perfect example of what we're just going to see more of in the physical world.
Yeah. Well, you talk about backlash, and from a general workforce point of view, high level, overall, I think the workforce is going to change. There'll be new jobs created, but it won't be the same person. So the individual impact, the same person who changes from one to the other. You made a great example about pointing out to the truck drivers, but there will be those on an individualized basis who will lose and who will gain. And I think that's where the backlash is going to come, because we are a representative democracy. The second thing I wanted to mention, we talked about national security. That's actually fraught with a lot of challenges, because national policies according to national security will follow one path. Mm-hmm. And they sometimes conflict with the best of intentions with other long-held values in our system, in our country. Right. And so how do we balance all of that, within our country?
Do you
I think
think
that's going to be a challenge.
Do you think we're getting the balance right when it comes to competing with?
Well, I think even now, and I'm not being political, but if indeed national security is the goal, there are many things that are happening in a policy point of view that don't seem to coalesce or align with that goal. So the left hand needs to know what the right hand is doing, and they need to work together.
Right, right. Elad, I wanted to ask your views on the international picture. There's presumably from the companies you worked at, they often rely on international talent, right? And we're having this discussion around visas and so on. What are we risking, throwing the baby out with the bathwater with doing some of these things?
Yeah, I think in general, there's sort of 3 or 4 different dynamics all happening simultaneously. On the one hand, I think the US has definitely benefited from waves of immigration of different forms over time. I'm an immigrant myself. I moved when I was 5 weeks old to the country, and I'm very happy that I got naturalized here. So I'm very happy to be an American citizen as part of all this. The flip side of it is I do think that for a while we've neglected sort of homegrown American labor in different forms as well. And ensuring that we have the programs and abilities to actually find the best and brightest within our own country in a more effective manner, I think is incredibly important as well, and I think that's been a bit neglected. I think from an AI perspective, one of the things that I think is fascinating is if you think ahead 10 years or 20 years or whatever it is, and you already see some behavior shifting in terms of how people are interacting with some of the different AI tools that exist today, like ChatGPT. So if you look at some of the major use cases and how they've shifted even over the last year, a lot of people are going to AI for psychological help,
right,
for educational capabilities. So I know some people who will use it in voice mode and ask an AI to tutor them on different subjects. And they'll ask question after question, they'll be tutored on different things and learn from that. So imagine you go ahead 10 years or 20 years or whatever the right time frame is, and every child grows up with an AI tutor helping them one-on-one.
Right.
And it teaches them at their own pace. It helps them explore different topics. It phrases things in the context of what they like. It helps accelerate and push them in different ways. That's an amazing world. If you think of the benefits of just one-on-one tutoring through every study that you can possibly look at. And so one of the things I'm very excited about is this lift of human capabilities through this new technology and this lift in terms of global education access. And so I think that's one of the most important things that's under-discussed relative to this coming impact of AI.
Yeah, we're sort of low on time. That's a really good note to come back to because we've naturally gone to the importance of education and how we empower our workforce. And I think there is a role that AI can certainly play there. I want to finish though by asking one of the topics in Silicon Valley right now is AGI. Is the idea of AI that can do everything. How do we factor that? How do we even think about that? Does anybody?
I disagree with it. I think people are important, and I hope that we have a future generation of people, young people, who actually like to talk to one another.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll talk to
I think
AI
it's
as well.
revealing. I think it's revealing that AI has a capability of being your individual psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Is that good or bad? I don't know.
We should probably find out.
We'll find out.
The one thing I would add on this topic really quickly is if you look at gaming as an example, because one of the earliest applications of AI was to games. And so in the 90s, I think Deep Blue from IBM beat the world champion at chess.
Yeah.
And people said, oh, it's just chess. Go is a much more complicated game. AI will never beat people at Go. A few years later, AI beats the world's best Go masters, who now study AI games to learn from it. And they say, well, it's Go. It'll never beat people at poker because poker, there's bluffing, there's betting, there's different behaviors, et cetera. And then this team that Norm Brown led beat people at poker. It beat all the world's best poker players. And they said, well, there are these games called diplomacy, where you're manipulating people, and AI will never beat anybody at diplomacy. That's the final bar. And a few years ago, diplomacy was solved. And so very consistently, we've said, at least in gaming, that AI will never get better at us than X, and it's consistently been better at us than X. And so I do think as we think through every single field, the question is, what are the fields that aren't going to be addressable in the same manner? And it's a matter of time, again, right? It's not necessarily a if statement, it's a when statement. And so that's the thing I kind of wonder is like, okay, what's the time frames on some of these things? And then related to that, I have 2 small kids. I always think, well, what should I tell them to go study? Like, what's durable in the face of this massive technology change? And I think it's a really interesting question.
Do you have an idea of what to study? I have a kid as well. I'd love to know.
I would open it up to the rest of the panel.
Well, actually, in the interest of time, I think we're going to have to wrap up. But maybe we'll be back in a couple of years with an AI on stage to ask we can ask some questions then. So I really enjoyed that. Thank you, everybody. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Well, you've got 2 great people coming up. You've got Chairman Bill Cassidy coming up next, and of course, Secretary Wright. So you're in for a big treat. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our panel. Powering Tomorrow will begin in 10 minutes on this stage, and Economic Freedom and Financial Innovation will begin in 10 minutes in the Presidential Learning Center.
The only way to free ourselves from the monopoly pricing power of OPEC is to be less dependent on outside sources of fuel. The answer, obvious to anyone except those in the administration, it seems, is more domestic production of oil and gas. We must also have wider use of nuclear power, within strict safety rules, of course. There must be more spending by the energy industries on research and development of substitutes for fossil fuels. In years to come, solar energy may provide much of the answer, but for the next 2 or 3 decades, we must do such things as master the chemistry of coal. Putting the market system to work for these objectives is an essential first step for their achievement. Additional multi-billion-dollar federal bureaus and programs are not the answer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Powering Tomorrow, beyond the current energy debate. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Jennifer Hiller of the Wall Street Journal and our distinguished panelists.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us today for what I think is going to be a really interesting discussion about energy. It's called Powering Tomorrow, Beyond the Current Energy Debate. And I am joined by a lot of doctors. Everybody's a doctor but me. We have Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, Jacob DeWitt, who's a co-founder and CEO of Oklo, which is a small modular nuclear reactor developer, and Eli Dorado, head of strategic investments at the Astera Institute. And we're going to be talking about what the future of energy looks like in the US and all of the various kinds of resources that are needed. There's a lot of talk about increasing demand for the electric grid and just how we're going to be able to meet that with things like AI and lots of data centers coming our way. And we are also going to have time for questions from the audience. So if you guys want to submit questions through the app, that would be great. And we will dive right in. I would love to just ask everybody kind of to set the table and tell us what you think needs to be built.
So I think we need to take the perspective of not of the abstract, what should be built, but how do we create an abundance for the American people? If all we are doing is saying, oh, you know, we have a lot of natural gas, let's develop natural gas, we've got geothermal, we've got nuclear. No, the focal point should be, what do we do for the American people? How do we leverage it to lower their cost and create jobs of the sort that give them a life of dignity? Now, I come from Louisiana, the Gulf Coast. There are people who do not have a college education making over 6 figures, creating a better life for their children and grandchildren because of energy jobs. And we can do that in tandem and indeed leveraging our regulatory environment in a way which gives us additional advantage of other countries. So I won't go, obviously I've got a lot there. I'll pause for a second, maybe come back to it. We should be thinking about the people who are not in this room. And if we do that, we win, they win.
I guess I'd build on that and say, yeah, that's a good message. And I think one of the key things on that, right, is you build lots of infrastructure that enables massive growth for energy supplies is a huge opportunity space we see going forward. That I think we have this combination of factors today that are actually driving that in a manner that's going to be very accelerative. That's a lot of words to say. With the demand that's moving with AI, the ability that they have to deploy a lot of capital to pull infrastructure along and actually build power generation assets, and the urgency with which we need to do so, lets us actually start building into that and solving for that problem. I think there's sometimes a tendency to think, oh, well, okay, if AI is pulling us all along, they can pay a lot of money for early movements. Does that keep prices high? Does that sort of invite that dynamic? I think not. I think what it does is it accelerates with a market-driven approach without needing the government to be the one that's actually funding all these things to pull forward new technologies and actually tap into the potential that things like what we're working on, next generation nuclear, have. Get through those initial plants, get through that initial part of the cost curve, and then realize the raw fundamental potential that these energy sources have. It's hard to overstate the incredible sort of precipice we're on with respect to unlocking, I would call it a limitless energy future, by just sort of building off of what we've already done from a technological development perspective in the United States, which is unlocking the true potential of the atom, right? I used this analogy last week, but if this was uranium metal, which it's not, but this golf ball would have enough energy content to power your entire life's energy needs. There's enough energy on the available resources of heavy metals we have on this planet with proven technologies, with advanced reactors and recycling to power the entire planetary energy budget for 5 to 7 billion years. Like, that is energy abundance that is hard to fathom. And so I think we're entering a world where we're actually going to start deploying into that. But that sets the stage for not just doing things that are today, but things that stretch for millennia, right? Like, we are setting the stage for that. So it's a pretty exciting time, because that's really how we should be thinking about these decisions and these dynamics to create and unleash that. Because then you create not just the opportunities that are great for people today, but frankly, for millennia, for the rest of the planet's time. It's pretty cool.
Well, it's great to go last, because I agree with my fellow panelists, so I can just add on to what they're saying. I think we need to think much bigger. We need to be thinking about how do we 10x the current energy system instead of incrementally just filling in, replacing dirty sources or working on energy efficiency. We need to 10x or more our energy system. The United States has an embarrassment of riches of energy resources and technology, right? We invented nuclear power. Right? We invented solar panels. We invented the lithium-ion battery. We invented fracking, right? We are today like the world's top fossil fuel producer and exporter. We've ceded a lot of the manufacturing stuff to China. China's building a lot more solar, a lot more batteries, a lot more nuclear than we are. And my base perspective is that I agree with like what Jamie Dimon said on the fireside chat earlier today, which is that we're getting in our own way. In a lot of ways, like the call is coming from inside the house, and obstacles like permitting, siting, connecting to the grid, all the lengthy capacity studies, like those are the big bottlenecks in energy right now. It's not, like we have so much to exploit if we can get out of our own way.
So I wanted to ask you guys as well about some of the technologies that you think are ready to go right now, and just sort of what could deploy at scale. I think people from outside of the industry always seem to have a view that it's easy to build this kind of stuff, and I know it's very hard to build big projects in the real world, but I guess of the technologies, I know Jake's favorite, but of the technologies that are out there, what do you guys think are sort of ready for prime time that could scale up?
You want to start that way and work this way?
Okay, sure. So solar panels are already like incredibly cheap, like 20 cents a watt. It's just ridiculous. They're practically free. Like, that's not the main cost in building a utility scale solar plant. It's not the panels anymore, right? So it's all the other costs. You need to change the way you build a solar farm if you want to adjust to the new paradigm, right? So if I'm building a solar farm today, I want just like flat panels on the ground, no trackers, no other hardware, nothing fancy. Batteries are, solar panels and batteries have come down like 97% in cost in the last 3 decades. It's just astonishing, and it's not slowing down. So I would say if you want something that's absolutely ready to go, like that's it. Nuclear, I don't, I love the new advanced reactors, but like, it works. Nuclear has worked. We built a nuclear power plant in the 1940s. We built it in 15 days and turned it on the next day. So we can build nuclear. Recent plants have been built for 15 times the cost of what they were built in the early 70s. So the technology is ready. It's other obstacles.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like energy, I think, from sort of a scalability perspective, I think nuclear has the most raw potential because of how significant it can be. But obviously, like, it's all of the above that we're going to be having a huge amount of growth around, which is really important and exciting. I think on the nuclear side, per what Eli's talking about, something that's, I think, vastly underappreciated is nuclear fission requires the fewest materials per megawatt hour of any energy source. In other words, if you think about what I think of as what's the biggest limiting metric from scalability and cost, or I should say the most identifying metric is the amount of materials, so the amount of kilograms of steel, copper, concrete, fuel, et cetera, per megawatt hour of energy generated over its life cycle. Nuclear fission by far requires the least. That's awesome. That means it needs the fewest resources. It means we should be able to build it the fastest because we have the least stuff to put together, and it means it should cost the least. And we have trapped ourselves into these paradigms that if we can actually start, which we're starting to do, thanks to a lot of work you've been doing actually, but shattering those paradigms about what it looks like to actually move to permit on a reasonable first principle basis and build and let the industry actually start letting innovation thrive to unlock that. I think the idea that people say, well, nuclear is going to take a long time, it is not physically so. It doesn't have to be that way from a physics perspective. If we can actually unleash innovation and let that run, I think it can scale incredibly and realize some of the same things that you've seen in solar, and it should actually be even more sizable gains because, again, nuclear is on 24/7. And like being a California resident, we need that baseload power supply because the system level costs of what's happened on renewables have made it so that my cheapest time of paying my electric bills are like 42 cents a kilowatt hour. That's insane. And my highest are like 65 cents a kilowatt hour, and those numbers are only going to go up. So
that's third world country levels, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to take a different tack than they, because they look more long range, and I'm going to work on the here and now. Meta is building a $10 billion project in Northeast Louisiana, and the amount, I think it's 800 megawatts that they're going to consume. And people are talking about more of these data centers in my state. We've got to address that like now. Now, I agree that you can build nuclear, but the political, the permitting, the technological fight to do so, bring it on. But it ain't going to happen tomorrow. We've got to be able to stand up a lot real quickly, and it has to be baseload. That right now is natural gas. And it gives you an ecosystem which, again, supports those families. Because I go back to the people who are doing natural gas, working in the field, are making really good money. Don't have a college education, but they're good people, and they are supplying for their family. And they can put baseload up relatively quickly, which meets the demand of society now. And we know how to permit it, and we know how to do it. And natural gas, by the way, because of natural gas, the United States, see if I get this right, and I got Chris right on the first row, so I know I'm going to, totally screw this up. But our greenhouse gas emissions in the United States are lower than they were, I think, in 1990, 1998. Is it 98 or 90, Chris?
1950s on a per capita basis.
On a per capita basis, but in absolute amounts, it's lower than I think in 1990. Yes. And so that's an absolute amount despite a much bigger population, a much bigger economy, and more natural gas and oil being produced. So I agree that in the longer term, we need to look at nuclear, geothermal, passing out a little bit more in solar. The here and now, we need to blow it out for natural gas, which can meet our environmental concerns, economic development, and the power needs that are here and now.
Along those lines on natural gas, there's a lot of talk recently about the supply chain being pretty gummed up and just equipment maybe not being available for the next 4 or 5 years or so. And I'm just wondering how you guys are viewing the supply chain in gas and the ability to add the number of plants that people are talking about building. And then it sort of seems like there are supply chain issues across the entire electricity space. And I'm just wondering if the same thing could potentially happen in nuclear.
Yeah, I'll jump in on this. I think this is, we've seen supply chain shocks for a lot of reasons that we don't need to get into for time's sake here, but there's a lot of things that this demand pull is solving, right? Just look at transformers. That's an area where it was a massive choke point a year ago. It's becoming clear that it's going to be less choked, especially with new entrants coming in, and less choked with other things happening. There's a lot more room there, and the demand is going to far outpace this, but that's a great problem to have. And yeah, there are going to be challenges. And we see this on the gas turbine side. We've specifically seen, and I agree with the senator's comments on this, is why we've partnered with some folks on the gas side to bring in a gas solution today to bridge us into nuclear, where then the gas can support that growth and then transition into a very powerful peaking and support role. Pretty cool way to make that work, but we see that there's supply chain challenges on the gas turbine side for sure. Mm-hmm. And we're seeing on the nuclear side, a little less challenges on the turbine, but if we start building at these levels, there are ways that you can make there are design flexibility points on the nuclear side that can make that problem either harder or less hard. I think for some of the smaller reactors, doing some things that are operating at temperatures similar to where fossil fire generation is, that's actually accretive to both sides, so that's going to be helpful to avoid some of the same choke points. We also see some of the manufacturers here have some trepidation. They see the need now, but they don't know the long-term growth. They're worried about what are we going to do on an energy policy side, because we've done things. I mean, look, just a year ago, right, the EPA was introducing some insane views about natural gas requirements down the road, which was throttling some uncertainty on the manufacturing there. If we can make it clear this is going to be an abundance-minded view and policy in the long run, you're going to see that kind of open up more, and I think accelerate some of the investments to build more turbines. But on the nuclear side specifically, we definitely have a fuel constraint. And this is like one of those weird things where we did the right things from a geopolitical perspective, but the wrong things from a domestic perspective in the 90s, where we helped the Soviet Union destroy a bunch of excess weapons material. But in so doing, we let our entire nuclear fuel supply chain atrophy and collapse. We had more capability and production capacity in the United States for nuclear fuel than the rest of the world combined in the 1980s. Right, so under President Reagan's administration, we led the world more than them all combined, and now we don't have anything. So that's going to be something that I think the market again pulls that to spin up, and this is where we see creative things happening, where that urgency is something that can be solved with private capital flowing through the ecosystem and spinning up and new entrants coming in. So I'm optimistic that some of those supply chain things, they're very real. But there are going to be ways in which the more we can sort of open up and loosen sort of some of the permitting bottlenecks and show a pathway and perhaps leverage some of the resources the government uniquely has. On the nuclear side, a lot of excess fuel they're not using that we could use. That can open the door for acceleration in a good way.
I'll say just very briefly, what was just brought up somewhat shows, when I speak to my people who are building like power lines, a group out of Alexandria or Pineville, Louisiana, doing a lot of work on this. A lot of their transformers will come out of China. So I think the administration has to be very careful on this, because China is a frenemy. We don't want a hot war with China. There is an economic dependency right now with China that goes both ways. And if we attempt to abrupt that, then that will starve my person in Crest Industry in Pineville, Louisiana, building transformers in Upper New York. So I think we have to be very careful on this policy to make sure that we just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo, again, everything that's been said. I talked to some data center people and at the big AI labs, and they want to go fast. They want multiple gigawatts in the next 3 years, and even if they're willing to do natural gas, like the turbines aren't there on that time. If you do a new order for a turbine, like we said, it's like 5 years. The transformers issue is very real. Even the raw material for making transformers is electrical steel, which is like steel with like a particular silicon content, grain structure, et cetera. And we don't make it. We don't make it in this country. So it's a huge bottleneck.
Yeah, where's it mostly made?
I don't know. That's a good question.
And what
probably China globally, but we can get it. I think there's a Canadian plant or something like that, but I don't think that has the volume that.
So it's aspirational to do that, but right now it's not practical.
It's not.
Correct.
Right. I think we're going to need so many different kinds of grid upgrades. So if you think about electric vehicles, right, we're taking the entire energy load of the gasoline stack, right? And you're putting that through wires, right? And you're distributing it to everybody's home so they can charge their electric vehicle. That's going to require distribution upgrades on the grid, right? And that's like a whole additional kind of upgrade that I think most people aren't thinking about. So there's going to be serious bottlenecks.
Which is a lot of opportunities, but you're right. Like if we make it so that we can't get those things done first, to scale that capacity to manufacture these things here, we're never going to do it, right? If we shoot ourselves in the foot now, you won't be able to run to actually build these things back in the US, which would be, I think, what we want to do.
Well, I wanted to ask the senator about the big, beautiful bill that's coming his way. And there's a lot of energy credits that are at stake. There's, wind, solar, battery, nuclear, other credits, geothermal, that the Senate's going to have a debate about next. And I'd love to just hear your view on what you think should survive that process.
Well, of course, ask me in 2 weeks, right? We just got it, and staff is busily looking over it. But let's just speak about government role and business credits in general. First, clearly government has a role. That's been a little bit of a subtext throughout here, but the government initially helped fund George Mitchell's research into fracking. And then at some point, boom, fracking took off. I make the joke, I'm a gastroenterologist. Everything I knew about methane was quite different than what I know about methane now. Maybe you get the joke. The point being, though, is that at some point there is government support, as Jacob suggested, to get people over the initial cost curve. Now, you can argue, and clearly, the IRA was incredibly excessive on that. But that said, there's people who've invested hundreds of millions of dollars into engineering, site acquisition, permitting to do certain projects. To pull those credits just like that, by golly, Republicans are the business party. And so my bias is to say, if you've made a significant commitment, and I think it's either 5 or 10% of total capital cost towards a project, then the federal government will honor that credit. But if it's just your idea in your head, boom, that's gone. Okay. The way the IRA was originally written was really an open-ended commitment. It was just not going to ever be good for the federal taxpayer. So I think the way we will evolve is to shut that off, but to say, if you've made a significant commitment in certain areas, that you will have access to that credit for some period of time.
I think one thing I'd build on that with is this is one of the powerful things about these tools in the right way, which we need to have the right thresholds on. I think one thing that was challenging is we had tax credits in place for wind and solar that significantly biased the playing field asymmetrically and sort of not in a way that was, I think, even-handed for the market. And that has distorted things and is part of the contributing factor, I would argue, for why my electric rates are so high in California. If we can then catch that up a little bit by keeping some of the good things that help a market-driven approach that the tax credits allow for, which is you're having to go through the diligence with your own development, with customers, with investors to actually move a project forward, like the senator's saying, that's a helpful catalyst to get some of those initial projects and reduce your cost of capital. And it's much better than the things before, which was picking specific technologies where the government would cost share and fund it. That is horrible because that leads to optimizing to a grant maker, not to a customer.
Right.
So let the customers pull these things along, which is what's happening. But we can't keep it forever. And I do think it's very important to recognize that we gave a massive head start to renewables at the penalty of other technologies that are important for managing electric prices and electric reliability. We need to honor that, I think. It's pretty important. But we don't need it forever. In fact, I think it creates some significant misincentives. We just needed to sort of catalyze that investment that's coming that people are excited about to supercharge more capital flowing in so that it flies on its own. There's more capital on the nuclear side, for example. We're in a different paradigm here specifically. You know, up until a couple years ago, the industry was so fixated on more government money, more. I'm speculative, but I imagine, Senator, when you met with companies, they'd talk about the importance of the federal government investing. I never agreed with that because that's part of what led to nuclear stagnation. There's a lot we could talk about there. But what's very important is creating the right environment so that now we have private inflows into the nuclear space that we've never seen before. It's awesome. What I mean by private is both public equities, private equities. It is taking off on its own. If you can supercharge that a little bit with these kind of mechanisms, it is going to hit its cruising altitude really, really quickly, or maybe I should use the term escape velocity, and it's going to fly on its own. We're going to let the market actually see where that moves to.
You've talked before about how the nuclear industry never got to go through a period of creative destruction, I think. And I guess, what does that mean? What does that look like in nuclear power? I mean, it sounds kind of scary.
Yeah, I mean, it is actually having the ability and the thought process to bring better ways of doing things to the market and outcompeting what's there today and what's been there before. A lot of, just very candidly, it's not a direct criticism of what they do, I understand it, but a lot of the incumbents and legacy in nuclear has been pretty comfortable sitting in sort of a status quo mindset, where even the idea of aggressive permitting reform isn't something they want because it's a change, even though it would actually let them be more competitive across the energy landscape as a whole. Nuclear is a little less than 20% of energy. When I think of first principles, it should be 80% if the industry can thrive into it. So let the competitive dynamics emerge where we can bring in more creative, more cost competitive ways of actually delivering this huge economic potential that nuclear power has, and not let regulatory capture, not let government grant making and capital allocation from sort of the federal level capture that market and preserve the incumbents.
Jacob, you're spending 65 cents per kilowatt hour in California.
Yes.
Nuclear right now is more expensive than gas.
Yes.
And by the way, I keep going back to that family struggling to make ends meet. And they're struggling a lot more in California than they are in Louisiana, where our energy costs are lower.
Yes.
So tell me, can you bring the cost of nuclear down competitive with the cost of gas per kilowatt hour?
I'm very confident you can be significantly cheaper than gas. Just because the physics
cheaper
of it
than
on
gas.
our side. Yes, sir.
Even with the regulatory regime, which literally has paramilitary forces protecting the base?
Well, that's where we need to modernize the permitting and reflect the actual risk. The regulatory environment keeps nuclear costs artificially higher than they should be. But I think if you want to unlock the cheapest source of energy, to me, it gets to the nucleus. Strong nuclear force is 50 million times more powerful than the electric force, right? That's a bad way of saying it, the electric force. But when you move electrons around in molecules, you get a couple electron volts out. Yes. When you split atoms, you get millions of electron volts out. So, but it's not, I don't look at this as an either or. I think gas is critically important. We are heavily partnering with gas folks to build stuff today. And actually, I think there's a lot that these things work complementary together, because nuclear doesn't make sense in the same ways to be quite as flexible as I think gas does in a lot of these places. So I think the future is going to be heavily mixed around nuclear being cost superior is where it gets to, but it's going to take us time. And gas plays a really important role to help us get there. And guess what? To get nuclear to that competitiveness, gas is going to help us get there. So
right, drive it.
But it will. I fundamentally believe nuclear can be the cheapest source of energy that lowers the cost of electricity for everybody. Everybody.
Well, we have the new executive orders last week from President Trump all around nuclear, and I'm just wondering how you guys view how that might speed the process.
I think it's going to be critical for just accelerating the pace of actually getting a few new types of reactors out, built, iterating on them. We have a national nuclear lab, Idaho National Labs, and they are supposed to be our reactor laboratory. They're supposed to develop new reactors. They have not built and turned on a new reactor since 1967. And so we don't have a system to rapidly iterate and try new things and improve. And that is what is going to drive the innovation. And so I think the executive orders are extremely positive because they create many paths to being able to deploy new reactors for the first time through multiple DoD paths, through a DOE path that is more flexible and better, and through a mandated NRC reform. So I think that it's, I have not been as bullish about nuclear as I am ever in my life as I am right now. Like, this is a good time for nuclear. There's going to be a lot that is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the same thing. I grew up in New Mexico. I grew up around nuclear. I fell in love with it. I've always been incredibly optimistic about its future. So for me to say the same thing that Eli said, actually, I think carries a lot for me personally, was being, what those represent to actually accelerate and bring to bear sort of an all tools in our toolbox approach to accelerate nuclear deployment is massively important. It was very humbling to be able to be actually sitting in front or standing in front of the portrait of President Reagan in the Oval Office a week ago today when the president was signing those. But I think what that's going to do is hard to overstate in terms of changing the things that have artificially constrained the ability to iterate, develop, and pioneer, and actually run through this cost potential that nuclear has. It's going to be awesome. It's really going to be exciting.
My body language probably tells you this gives me a headache. Why do I say that? I agree with everything they said. But we're going to have a different president in 3.5 years. If it turns out that it's a Democratic president, there's a good likelihood that any executive order with Trump at the top gets cut, because it's what every president does. So we need a stable regulatory regime in which people can actually plan investment for not just the next 3.5 years, but for the next 8, 12, and 16 years. I'm going to toss it back to the folks in this audience. You're people of influence. The people who are watching, they're people of influence. We need to push the federal government, no matter which party is in control, to support nuclear. Because if you don't have a congressional action, that which cannot be reversed, it's of an executive, there's always a threat that it will be. And I'm not sure the economists will tell me that somebody's going to put down $100 million if an EO is going to cancel what they do in 3.5 years. So Harry Reid killed the storage facility in Nevada. He just killed it. And so, and it was just, they tore up the papers and threw them away. And now where do you put your nuclear waste? So I say all that because this is a contact sport. If we're going to make nuclear go forward, if we're going to try and get it down the price point so low that the family at home has lower utility rates, not higher, then there needs to be a full-scale engagement. Now, how do we make sure that it's legislatively accomplished and not executive, which is up to the whims of the next president?
Eli, I wanted to ask you about a an editorial I read of yours from a few years ago from the New York Times that was called something like, "We've got to build our way out of this mess."
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could talk about that a little bit, because it sounds like the issues, you see issues in energy and across a lot of other industries just in being able to build projects.
Yeah, I think it's so funny. Engaging with sort of the center left, they've sort of accepted the problem with housing, right? That the problem with housing is we don't build enough houses, right? And we have zoning laws, and we have other sort of land use restrictions, and they sort of get the deregulatory need in that domain. And it's like, well, let's just extend that a little bit to some other fields, including things like energy and infrastructure. And the biggest obstacle to building is permitting laws like NEPA, which have required lengthy environmental reviews that can then be subject to challenge in court and so on. And they slow government actions down. They slow permitting for private projects down, and it's been an immense barrier. I mean, we've had some action from the Trump administration on this. Actually, like pretty much the most that you could do through executive action, they have done. So kudos. We had a Supreme Court rule this week that NEPA doesn't require some of the crazy things that agencies had felt that they were required to do before. And so I think this is, and then the big beautiful bill has some very creative permitting reform language. We'll see if it passes the Senate parliamentarian, but it's designed to be a budgetary, permitting reform with some budgetary implications baked in. So, and if that works, that could maybe provide an escape valve as well. So I think that is one of the most fundamental barriers is our sort of procedural stance on how we permit things, and it needs to be more, focus on the substance. Obviously, we would need a clean and robust environment, but it can't be, years of study and litigation before we move forward.
As a politician, I'm going to say that whatever we come up with that is going to allow permitting reform to go forward has to meet the needs of at least 60 senators, at least 7 of whom are going to be Democrats. And so how do we do that? So Eli mentioned how the left has come to acknowledge that regulatory reform is required in the area of housing. Housing's a big issue. Homelessness is a big issue. You kind of figure out how to land there. Ronald Reagan famously said, "You give me 80%, I'll give you 20%. Really, what's implicit in that, 60% is common. Reagan got his 20, and he's willing to give away the remaining 20. I would say in terms of environmental policy, because that's really what the center's on. If we're going to get a robust grid with lots of permitting, it's going to be that the left and the right agrees on how to accomplish that. I've been promoting something we call the foreign pollution fee, which is that we say that the United States produces its goods at a lower carbon intensity than almost any nation around the world, particularly China. China's growth in greenhouse gas emissions since 1990 has been greater than the decrease in the US plus the EU put together. The left is concerned about that, the right should be. Reagan and HW both used free market concepts to push regulatory reform to address these issues in a way in which Democrats could accept as well. So in our foreign pollution fee, we say there's going to be a fee on any carbon-intensive good coming to the US roughly commensurate with the avoided cost of not complying with international norms of pollution control. That puts a little bit of a fee on their good, making it less likely that a manufacturer will move to China to produce there, taking jobs with them. Why is that in good? One, it attracts Democrats. They like the fact that it lowers greenhouse gas emissions. Lindsey Graham likes it. He's my co-sponsor on my bill. Lindsey Graham likes it because, by the way, it is going to cost China more and they'll have less money to militarize. It's kind of a stick it to China if you look at it from Lindsey's perspective. Economic hawks like it because it's going to cause a reshoring of industry. My families like it because it's going to be more jobs for them. So I say that if we're going to accomplish any of this, we need to take that which Eli just suggested. Find out where our opposition's values lie. Find that sort of 60% we have in common, give them 20, but it's a 20 we'll gladly give because maybe we like it too, and we get our 20. And that's the only way our policy is going to move forward, as opposed to being a debating society.
So is this a tariff? Or like a targeted tariff?
It is a tariff. We call it a foreign pollution fee. It is somewhat akin to what the Europeans have self-styled as a carbon border adjustment mechanism. We do not have a domestic carbon tax because there's an implicit tax in the regulatory requirements of complying with EPA regs. Any economist, I got 2 economists, don't tell me I'm wrong because I've been told by others I'm right. So there's an implicit tax in regulatory reform, and that's what we would base the fee upon. And by the way, the behavioral economics is that once a company here is more competitive by lowering their emission profile, they will embrace nuclear. Because the lower they lower their emissions, the more the fee is upon another country. This is, by the way, I mean, these sorts of concepts were pioneered by Reagan and HW, and all we're doing is standing on their shoulders.
Are there other policy mechanisms that you guys see that should be sort of pulled by the government to move certain technologies forward? I know there's a role for government to play, and at the same time, there's, definitely we seem to be in an era of cost cutting at the federal level, perhaps. States are pulling back spending in a lot of ways. And, I'm just wondering, as an energy consumer and somebody who pays, utility bills, and that's never fun for anybody, how should we think about costs for people and things that the government can do to incentivize stuff? Like, what's the government role besides, providing billions and billions of dollars for projects, which they may not be as inclined to do anymore?
Yeah, and I don't think that's the best answer. I mean, I think a lot of what the senator just talked about is actually a fantastic way to stimulate a lot of things. So that's a great thing. I think additionally, there's ways in which the government can find ways to use its unique resources to kickstart. I think fundamental R&D is always an important investment because that opens the door for so many things that we can't even comprehend and think about. That sounds funny to say, but there's so much opportunity from fundamental R&D that just spurs innovation in all sorts of ways. And then that leads to products that can be developed and find a home in the market, attract capital, make things better for people. That's what is great about a free market economy. I think the other factor is what I was saying before, like there are unique assets that the federal government has that can be used to help sort of work through and reduce those overhead intrinsic permitting kind of costs that exist. And some of the things that have been the consequences of bad policy for a long time that have led us, for example, atrophy. So using federal land, partnering with the government to be able to build, for example, new nuclear facilities where, like at Idaho National Lab and other places we're doing that. That's a great way to use existing assets that are just there otherwise. You're not needing them to give you money, it's just let us come build there, make it easy to do it. The amount of work and just bureaucratic inefficiency we've had to experience there has been staggering. And we're not asking for a dime from it, we just want to be able to build there. But we're making progress, and that's great. But ways to make that faster is important. And that lets the dollars that we raise from the private market go a lot further to actually deploying real steel and concrete in the ground. Additionally, in the nuclear side specifically, there's a bunch of extra government materials that are sitting there to either be disposed of, thrown away, do something with. That material isn't going to be used by the government, and it could be used by industry. We need to figure out ways to make that accessible. And it doesn't need to come with government asking, or industry saying, government give us money for it. It's just, hey, we'll take this stuff that's a waste off your hands and turn it into fuel. That will supercharge in our ability to go order fuel, set up better supply chains everywhere else around, which is important. And I think the other thing is just, it gets back, and Senator made a good point with respect to good policy in the nuclear side as well, but I think just across the board, if it's clear that we are driving for the benefits of abundant energy and clean energy, you're going to see things that actually create the stable, predictable aspects for even investing in developing the gas turbine supply chain so that we don't have these same issues. We talked to people who we're partnering with to look at building gas first, to bring in nuclear, these co-projects, and it's really hard for them to say, yeah, I can't get our turbine manufacturers to invest because they're not sure the long-term duration of this support. We should fix that and change that by making a clear commitment that these mechanisms are lasting and incentivize the right kind of behaviors for the good of everyone, because they also come with reduced energy costs, and that helps everybody. I think those are factors, and I also think we have to look at system level implications of weird market distorting effects at the local and regional electric markets. I think there's a lot of opportunity to be smarter about what we do there to incentivize the right things and not necessarily make it so that we're trying to make energy harder to buy and more expensive to buy, and preferentially favor things that don't make energy when we need it, if that makes sense.
So I think in addition to dereg and new technology that you mentioned, I think another thing is just prices. So if you look at what's hard about running an electrical grid is you have to keep the supply and demand in balance on a millisecond to millisecond level, we have this multi-thousand-year-old technology called supply and demand for prices to equilibrate supply and demand, and we don't leverage prices as much as we should on the grid. Consumers, like if you just have a flat rate at home, that maybe decreases your cognitive load a tiny bit, but like you're not incentivized to economize on energy when the cost on the grid is high, and I think that's very damaging. And then it decreases investments that might organically be made in things like batteries that help stabilize the grid. So I would say take a hard look at let's dial up the reliance on prices a bit more, and I think you would see a much stabler and cheaper grid to operate.
I'm going to say three things. First, President Trump has set up a committee for energy dominance. Secretary Wright's on there, Secretary Burgum's on there, and other cabinet and sub-cabinet secretaries. You need an all-of-government approach in order to clear out, I like the way that Jamie Dimon put it, the blue tape that keeps you from getting energy projects done. And it can work. After Hurricane Katrina, W went down to New Orleans and said, I want these levees built. And something that could have taken 20 years was built probably in 2 because they put every cabinet secretary around a table and said, don't just send it over there and wait for it to reply, sign off now and get it done. It can work. We did it with COVID. I applaud the president, the secretary, and the secretary for being the leaders of all that, number one. Number two, if we got a supply chain problem with things like rare earth, let's look at the market forces. China is going to, whenever we start to stand up rare earth material, they're going to begin to dump on the world market, driving our folks into bankruptcy. It has happened, it has happened, it has happened. And so we need to have a certain sort of base price that we'll pay somebody producing rare earths in a way which creates enough of a stockpile in case we ever have a hot war with China and they cut off supply. And lastly, related to that, I'm speaking to my friends, obviously natural gas and oil, very important to us. My independents tell me that they can not live if the oil price goes too low. And so if it goes down to 60, they go out of business and all of a sudden we're at OPEC's mercy. During the Biden administration, I suggested that when oil price was going up, I said, you just need to hedge. Give these guys assurance because you need to refill the strategic stockpile. So guarantee them a price around their base cost of production, and that way they can hedge and go forward. And again, I'm over my skis. I got Chris right in the front row, so I know afterwards he's going to tell me, oh my, what an idiot. But anyway, that said, if you hedge them, then they have that price certainty, so they're not laying people off when Saudis flood the market. So I do think, similar to rare earth, we need to give a price point for our independence. We can refill our strategic petroleum reserve and give them the certainty to keep people employed and to keep on going.
So on the rare earths front, would you have the government be an off-taker or provide some sort of price floor to be able to keep domestic miners and refiners in business?
Yes, oh, absolutely. We have some people extracting rare earths out of bauxite, kind of a residue of, I may have my chemicals wrong, but a residue of aluminum production. Big stockpiles of it back home. And they're beginning to extract rare earths. And just the week they were going to go live, China flooded the market with cheap stuff. Now, that is going to destroy anybody's incentive to begin to market rare earths. You got to have some sort of price support that says when the rough point comes and they are going to attempt to dump and put you out of business, we stand with you.
I've got a couple of audience questions I wanted to throw your way. Why is America still treating energy policy primarily as a climate issue when it is increasingly a geopolitical and industrial-based issue? How do you guys view that?
I think people are just catching up to that reality. I mean, that's just my simple view. I think people are just starting to more and more realize what it actually looks like, because we kind of forgot some of that for a while, and now it's becoming very clear.
I would say that my foreign pollution fee actually accomplishes all that. The foreign pollution fee looks at the interrelationship between climate, energy policy, national security, and economic security. And if we can produce more natural gas here, we're going to create jobs, we're going to lower our cost of production, other countries will buy it because they want to quickly lower their greenhouse gas emissions to escape the fee, but that will put a drag upon, say, China's economy, which gives them less money to militarize. I would argue that we need to take it into account, but take into account 3 other factors as well to achieve a sustainable, robust policy.
I think that actually, if you're in favor of energy abundance, you should be somewhat in favor of the climate framing, because this is how we get the center left on board with abundance, right? And so Senator Cassidy was talking earlier about how we need a broad coalition in favor of things if they're going to stick, right? And if you want to get the left of center on board with the idea of like we're going to 10x the energy supply, you need to say it's going to be clean, it's going to be nuclear, solar, geothermal, these clean sources. Yes, natural gas certainly has a role, but being able to celebrate the fact that a lot of new energy technologies do have fewer emissions and are good for the climate is a way to broaden the coalition in favor of energy abundance. So I think it's actually I'm not opposed to some of that framing.
Somebody that has done this quite well, Chris Wright, was your company Liberty? Liberty.com?
Liberty Energy.
LibertyEnergy.com wrote a white paper, and I'm told he actually wrote it, not ChatGPT or anyone else. And he talks about that balance of climate, but with energy self-sufficiency. And he does it really well, and it captures that balance. So I hope I don't misrepresent it, but when I read it, I was very impressed.
I think this is one of those things where some of the pull, especially on like the AI piece and other things that are driving a huge demand uptick, like you're going to see that be a market driver to deploy a lot of these better technologies that can open the door for energy superabundance and help us drive through some of these things. Like I talked about it earlier, but like known heavy metal reserves on this planet with nuclear technology can power its entire energy needs for 5 to 7 billion years. Like it feels pretty good about it, and that's very clean, right? So you can get the left pretty excited about that because that's effectively a terminal energy and climate solution right there that we pioneered in this country, by the way.
I wanted to ask you, I guess along those lines, you've been talking with data center developers for a long time.
With who?
Data center developers, well, all of you. And I'm wondering how that conversation has changed in the last few years. I know, Jacob, you guys a few years ago were talking about a smaller reactor than what you're looking at now. And I'm just curious, like how quickly you've seen the electricity load growth discussion switch.
Yeah, I mean, Eli said it, the senator talked about it. I mean, it's more and it's sooner and it's even more. And every time you talk to him, it's even more. And that's driven, part of our framing of increasing the size was to match what that demand was looking like from the customer side. But they're just chasing everything. I think they're starting to realize they're exhausting the existing potential stranded assets that are out there. There's still going to be some work around those that can get us some energy for them in the next few years. And then it's about developing new generation. When I say next few years, I mean the next year or so. And then after that, there's going to be this wild dynamic about accelerating new generation deployment, which is where I think all of these things create a really exciting kind of crucible to sort of unlock all these different pieces to try to accelerate that. But the simple answer is, or the simple thing we keep seeing is that demand has continued to grow. Companies are talking about multiple gigawatts of need for their use cases over the next 5 years, even more than that over the next 10 and 15 years. I think we're in a race to hitting certain AI milestones like artificial general intelligence, things like that. There's going to be a big focus on as much energy now to get there. But then once we start hitting these sort of what you can do with AI, like for example, you hit AGI, you start realizing the economic superpowers that can enable and productivity enhancements. You're just going to see deployment of more to sort of keep up with that, even with significant efficiencies at the semiconductor and energy usage. So it's going to be transformative. It's not limitless, right? But I do feel pretty confident thinking that we're in a world of needing to 10x our energy supply, not just for AI, but AI is going to be a contributing factor to that.
All the labs say AGI by like 2027 or so. So that's the time frame they're thinking about. And if we're bottlenecked by energy like before then, we don't get there first. right? Because China is not going to be bottlenecked by energy. It might be bottlenecked by other things, but that's not going to be their bottleneck. So I think it's really important to think about, like, on that timeline, how do we supply energy to this industry? And it's going to be, and they're looking at wild ideas, like so solar and battery powered data centers that operate entirely on direct current, because computers are natively DC devices. So you could eliminate the inverter and just operate directly off of that. Those are some ideas that are kicking around. It's really interesting.
We've got another audience question. There's a consensus in the room about the need for energy abundance. However, around the US and the world, there's still a very prevalent belief that we should aspire to consume less energy. How much of an obstacle to what you aspire to achieve is this belief, and how can we overcome it?
It is empiric that economic growth rises almost proportionally with energy usage. And every now and then you'll read a New York Times article which imagines that emissions are the same as energy usage. Emissions have been coming down in the US because of natural gas, principally, somewhat renewables, and economic growth has continued to rise. If you look in Europe, where they've tried to tamp down energy usage, they've tamped down GDP growth. Families have become poor in Europe because of energy policy, which raises the cost of energy and which does not recognize this relationship. If we're going to take care of that family back home, looking for a better life, we need cheap, abundant energy for the power coming out of the power plants, cheap, abundant energy, recognizing that tight R-square statistical relationship between energy use and economic growth.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would add, our ancestors built stuff out of sticks and mud, which are materials that are very low performance and very low embodied energy, and we build things out of steel and concrete, which are higher performance materials and like much more embodied energy as like sort of a fraction of their value. A future that looks like the future is continuing in that direction, where we're building things out of titanium and silicon carbide and like advanced materials that are even more energy, have even more higher energy fractions. So we have to, I think, have a sort of more concrete vision about the future that we want to build, and I think that would be inspiring to people, but I don't think people in general on the energy abundance side have articulated that, and we don't have that vision. We haven't presented that vision yet, and so I think that people haven't seen the possibilities there.
I mean, there's a lot of people who would argue that you have to become more efficient in your energy use, or you have to use things like demand response or whatever, just practical and in the short term, since it takes a while to build new resources to bring those online. I don't know, what do you guys think about that?
Por supuesto, of course. Conservatives conserve. So conserve as much money, as much energy as you possibly can. Why would you waste a valuable input? So I strongly agree that we should have a heavy emphasis upon conservation. But the interesting thing about conservation is that as you lower the cost of ownership, you typically drive increased demand.
Jevons paradox, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. No, it's Jevons paradox. As we got more efficient at
washing machines.
It was originally like coal and steam engines and whatever. As they got more efficient, we used more of them, right? And so that is exactly right. As the price comes down, you want to use more.
But the price should come down.
The price should come down, yeah. And then we want to substitute energy for other inputs, right? Once energy is the cheap input, we want to use more of it so that we can conserve on other margins. And that's where the value of abundant energy will really lie.
Well, thank you guys so much. We are about at time and really appreciate this. It was a great conversation.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Please make your way downstairs for lunch. You'll find your table assignment in the Reagan National Economic Forum app. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage member of the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute, Ambassador Susan McCaw.
And then,
Are we just waiting here until she answers up?
yes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Susan McCaw. I hope you've enjoyed this morning's panels. I thought they were terrific. I think you're in for a special treat this afternoon for the lunch program, where we have Mark Andreessen and Joe Lonsdale making the case for American optimism. As is mentioned, I'm Susan McCaw. I have the privilege of serving on the Board of Trustees of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute. It's timely that we're having this conversation here at lunch because many in society, in politics, and in business are questioning our direction, including whether or not we're heading for defeat, decline, and despair. But it is in contrast that President Reagan, who we know was the eternal optimist, who said, "America is no stranger to challenges. We need only to live up to our convictions to set things right. We need only to believe in ourselves, in our country, and in tomorrow." It's especially valuable that we have this conversation here because we have two remarkable visionary leaders with us, whom I've known for years and for whom I have great respect. Full disclosure, I'm an investor in both of their funds. Not surprisingly, they're very optimistic individuals and give me a lot of hope when I hear their podcasts, when I read about their portfolio companies, and I see them in action. Mark Andreessen is the founder or co-founder and general partner of Andreessen Horowitz, a leading venture capital firm that backs transformative technology companies. Mark is a very vocal advocate for innovation as a driver of economic growth and societal progress. Mark will be joined by my fellow Reagan Foundation and Institute board member, Joe Lonsdale. Joe is a co-founder of Palantir Technologies and the managing director of 8VC, a venture capital firm that backs early stage founders and builds transformative technologies that impact our society and our world. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're in for a real treat this afternoon. Please join me in welcoming Joe and Mark to the stage. Delighted you're here.
Thank you, Susan. Mark, everyone, welcome to our first annual Reagan Economic Forum. It's an honor to have you guys here. We talk a lot here, of course, about Reagan's economic pillars and policies, which include deregulation and lower taxes and lower spending, all of which are very relevant today. But Mark, I want to start off asking you about someone I know you've been reading about and President Trump's been reading about from 100 years before, which is William McKinley. And William McKinley, of course, was a staunch protectionist at first. And is this historical example of how to revitalize American industry relevant today? Is it relevant to everything we're doing in AI and energy? Like, how do you think about this?
Yeah, so I've been doing my best to kind of spin up in the history of this. And so there was something in the 19th century, actually originally created by Alexander Hamilton when he was Treasury Secretary, called the American system. And really what they were, and this is even, this is like 80 years before McKinley, 90 years before McKinley. What they were dealing with was the British Empire, right? The UK was the preeminent industrial power. They were the first like giant industrial power on planet Earth. And had built this, very commanding economic, technological, military position. And of course, America, at the time of the Revolution, was mostly farmland. And then there was this raging debate between Hamilton and Jefferson as to whether you'd want America to be an industrial, kind of urban, financialized power, which is what Hamilton wanted, or a kind of a rural, kind of rural farming aristocratic power, which is what Jefferson wanted. And and Hamilton won that debate. And so that led to what was called the American system. The American system led to, the creation of the United States as an industrial power. That developed over the course of the 19th century. But it really took off at the tail end of the 19th century in what was called the Second Industrial Revolution. And so between, call it 1870, 1880, and like 1930, basically everything we view today as the modern world was basically invented then. And like you could almost look around the room here today, and you could say basically every piece of physical infrastructure, everything around us, literally everything. The airplane, manufacturing techniques to be able to make modern glassware at scale, air conditioning, television, radio. The automobiles we drove to get here, it all was the result of the Second Industrial Revolution. And then the McKinley presidency was right in the middle of that period. It's really when the whole thing catalyzed. And so it was really the point at which America became the world's industrial superpower. And then, of course, that led to America being able to become a huge player in both World War I and World War II. Ultimately, winning World War II and becoming the arsenal democracy. It all kind of flowed out of that period. And so the American system is something that people really don't like to talk about these days because it was heavily protectionist. And the whole theory of it was you don't industrialize just with like a single technology or a single company. You industrialize by having an entire ecosystem, right? You industrialize by having not just 3 car companies, but by having all the thousands of part suppliers that make all the parts for the cars. And so the Brits had done this. They had run a very heavily protectionist program to be able to boot up the first industrial revolution in the UK. They then advocated for free trade when exports became more important. McKinley was the inheritor of the American system, and so he was heavily protectionist to build up the second industrial revolution. And then he actually switched to become more of an advocate for free trade because as American exporters were becoming more successful, they needed to export. They needed foreign markets. And then, by the way, in the 20th century, basically every industrial revolution in every other country that has worked in the last 100 years basically follows that model as well. So, it's the same thing Germany did. It's the same thing Japan did. It's the same thing Korea did. It's the same thing China is doing right now. China's basically been running the American system playbook in China. And so, and then this goes to tariff policy, and like, and I'm not here to like make an argument like it's like in favor of tariffs, but more of like a historical observation that there has been this phenomenon over time that if you want to have the kind of clustering effect that leads to industrial preeminence, it is not unusual to have a combination of tools and kind of tools and methods used to do that. It has been historically characteristic that tariffs would be a part of that. But it's also historically characteristic that there becomes this point when you also therefore want to go for exports and you want to go for free trade. And McKinley specifically, he ran for office very much on the idea of having a high and permanent tariff. Once he was in office, he switched more to a model of what he called reciprocity. Right, and basically it was, we start out by tariffing, but the goal actually is to get everybody to lower their tariffs. The goal is to get a world of much more free trade, and then therefore these American exporters are able to succeed globally. And of course he was able to use American tariffs as a lever to get other countries to drop their tariffs. And so, in that sense, what we're going through right now in the U.S. is sort of very characteristic of that. And what makes maybe the whole thing, kind of more poignant is, there is this kind of fundamental underlying question, which is, do we want the U.S. to be an industrial superpower or not? Right, and in the 19th century, they were like completely clear that they wanted that, and in our time, I think we're still ambiguous about it.
So, and it's interesting though because. And you've said this yourself in other contexts, we had this manufacturing wave, and then starting in the 1960s, services really drove a lot of our growth the last 60 years, which obviously was not as tied to that. So the elite maybe were not thinking about these issues as much. And I guess the question is today, are we shifting into something else? Is it an AI-driven economy? What is it? And it seems like Trump's camp's a little bit split. You have really two visions. One vision, you'd say maybe more like the Bannon side, is more focused on reviving traditional manufacturing through tariffs, through industrial incentives. And then you have the other side that's more about tech acceleration via AI, via chips, via energy. So how do these things play into, are we going to be able to copy the past, or is it a new policy here?
Yeah, so this is sort of the central question, I think. So my read of the trajectory basically is, call it between 1870 and 1920, the U.S. economy was heavily based on industrialization, all the stuff I just talked about. By the way, very high immigration environment at the time, very rapid rate of immigration, and then actually very high tariffs. And by the way, an annual growth rate of something like 3x. The current growth rate of the U.S. With a much smaller population and with much less fewer tools to work with. Then there was sort of the 1920 to 1970 period where the growth rate was maybe something like 2x the rate that we have now. And that was the space race and rockets and electronics and the beginning of the computer industry, and it went quite well from an economic growth standpoint. And then around the time I was born, around 1971, basically the U.S. economy permanently downshifted its growth rate, and both in terms of productivity growth, which of course measures technological transformation in the economy, as well as economic growth. And so we went from like super high growth to like high growth to low growth. That low growth coincided with this shift, right? With all the shifts that happened in the 1970s, many of which Reagan was a reaction to, but many of those shifts happened, and many of those shifts have continued. As you said, less industrial enthusiasm, more what they call services. And by the way, the good news of that transition is the transition to knowledge work has worked really well, and we live and work in places like Silicon Valley and Austin and others that have done phenomenally well, because you've got all these tech companies that are global exporters of technology, and the AI revolution is happening in the U.S. And it's absolutely tremendous. But we transformed the American economy to basically have knowledge work on the high end, and then financialization, and banking and currency and being the safe bond asset on the other hand. And then we basically, we chose to deindustrialize. Right, and we chose to deindustrialize through a set of explicit policy choices. Not least of which is, we made a lot of industrial activity illegal over time. And I would argue, number one, like that formula has not. First of all, it just hasn't worked that well in terms of growth. Right, if it doesn't pay off in terms of productivity growth and economic growth, like how is it actually going? And of course, the problem, the irony of this is if you don't like populism, the way that you get populism is slow growth, right? Because slow growth puts everybody in the mind of zero sum, right? Everything becomes a zero sum, kind of fight for resources, because people don't think that there's a lot of opportunity in the future. Yep. And so, like the formula that kind of all the smart people did, actually created the preconditions for the sort of resurgence of populism on both the left and the right. And then the other kind of really, critical thing happening right now that you see just happening kind of everywhere in our politics and society is this just giant divide between the cities and the countryside. And I'm sort of a weird example of this myself. I grew up in rural Wisconsin, in what was sort of originally farming and then sort of light industry, kind of world. And then when I graduated college, I moved to California. I did a jump to kind of the polar opposite kind of culture. And kind of world, and of course, when I was in Wisconsin, I was like, "Wow, that those smart people on the coast must be so much better and smarter than we are." And then I got to the coast, and I was like, "Wow, these people on the coast really hate everybody where I grew up." Like this is interesting. I knew they didn't like us. I didn't realize they despised us quite to this degree. And so now we have this just raging cultural, social, economic disconnect between the cities and the country. In the countryside, which I think is quite dangerous.
Let's be controversial and dig into this a little bit more in cities. So I think a lot of us have noticed that our cities are deeply dysfunctional. They're broken in our society, right? I think we have a candidate who's like a socialist Islamist who's in danger of taking over New York very soon right now. And we have all sorts of problems. People can't afford to have kids in cities the way they're set up. I think there's this cost disease for everything. Like what went wrong? What's going on with these cities? And what's an optimistic take on it, Mark? How can we fix this?
Yeah, so the guy in New York is interesting, and he's kind of running slightly behind Cuomo for New York mayor, but he's literally running a platform, among other things, of having city-owned grocery stores. Right, and so the joke is he's reinventing bread lines for the 21st century, really
impressive,
really tremendous platform. Seattle is another case study of this. Seattle, to give you a sense how crazy things are, the district in Seattle, the city council district where the most Microsoft and Amazon executives live, elected a city councilwoman who ran a platform of nationalizing Microsoft and Amazon. Right, and then in the Bay Area, I've got I live in ground zero of dysfunction and collapse, and I've got thousands of stories from the Bay Area. Yeah, so I think there's a very fundamental political economy thing happening, which falls out of this sort of economic transformation that's happened, and this policy transformation that's happened, and so there's actually a French writer, geographer, who has, I think, the best analysis on this, and has written a great book on it called Twilight of the Elites. And what he basically observes is if you look at all the Western countries through this process of sort of deindustrialization and financialization and technology, sort of technology knowledge work, becoming preeminent at the high end of the economy, you sort of have this pattern where basically, in an agricultural economy or in a manufacturing economy, you kind of have to spread everything out throughout the country because natural resources really matter and energy really matters and physical infrastructure matters and access to trains and all these things, really rivers and water and so forth really matters. But if you're going to replant the sort of commanding heights of your economy on knowledge work, then what you're going to do is you're going to slam basically all economic growth into the cities. Right, because which is what Silicon Valley has done, right? So you're going to all the software developers in one place, and you want them, they're going to. The good news is they're going to eat at high-end restaurants, and they're going to employ a lot of nannies. But fundamentally, they're going to be sitting in conference rooms, designing software together, and you want that to happen in a single concentrated place. And so what happens is basically the cities become a magnet for basically two kinds of people. One is sort of the upper class, which is to say kind of the highly educated elite in the knowledge work professions, who make enough money where they can afford to buy $3 million houses. And then you've basically got you've got basically super expensive homes, and then you've got public housing, so-called public housing, right? Council estates in the UK or Section 8H or whatever it is housing here, where you've got basically public housing, and then the public housing is basically it's people who are very low paid, kind of on the low end of the service economy. And then that's the city, and then who's squeezed out of the city is basically the entire middle class is squeezed out. And just to give you an example of this in the Bay Area, if you're a cop or a firefighter in the Bay Area and you work in Palo Alto, you commute 3 hours, both ways, just to be able to have a house and afford a family. Right, and then of course you look what's happening in the cities, and it's there's lots of dogs, there's very few kids, right? And it's what on earth is that about? Well, you can't buy a house, you can't have a family, you may not even own a car. How are you going to get kids anywhere? But what happens is, from a political standpoint, is the cities then are run they're in their local democracies. It's these super high-end kind of very progressive elites, and then it's sort of the clientele underclass, right? In the U.S. it's Hispanic immigrants or African Americans. In Europe it's they're other kind of clientele underclass that they've developed in places like Paris. And so you've got this high plus, you've got this kind of old political kind of structure of sort of top plus bottom, kind of configuration. What you've done is you've squeezed the middle and you've ejected the middle out of the cities into the countryside, but you've deindustrialized, and so there's no new economic activity happening in the countryside for all the middle class people to do.
This so far is not an optimistic panel, Mark.
Sorry. Sorry. Let me try to make it optimistic. Sorry. Let me try to make it optimistic.
Okay.
Let me try to make it optimistic. These are choices. These are choices. These are policy choices. Sometimes the way this stuff gets painted is that these are just impersonal economic forces or technology forces, and of course, I get this a lot. It's you idiot, don't you understand that it's just manufacturing's old-fashioned. We have all this new stuff we shouldn't eat. No, these are choices. There were specific choices made. So the classic choice that was made. Since we're at the Reagan Library, I'll beat up on Nixon. So Richard Nixon, the year I was born, 1971, he proposed something called Project Independence. He's visionary president. He saw the energy crisis coming, and he said it's a national imperative to build 1,000 new nuclear power plants, civilian nuclear power plants in the U.S. by the year 2000, cut the entire U.S. electric grid over to nuclear.
Great.
It would, by the way, would have gotten us to electric cars, probably 30, 40 years faster, and would have completely separated us from strategic involvement in the Middle East for energy. So that was the good news. The bad news is he created the EPA and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which then prevented Project Independence from happening, and of course no new nuclear power plants got built. But that was a policy choice, right? And I'm sure that was not the result that he intended, but that was a policy choice. And so and by the way, a lot of this is happening right now in Washington. Like there is an opportunity to look at everything from nuclear power, minerals, natural resources. I was on a call this morning on natural resources with very promising progress being made. Rare earth metals. There's construction. We have a project to build a new city in California. We've bought 4 times the acreage of Manhattan in Solano County. We have the opportunity to build like entirely new cities in this country. There's any number of things, any number of these policy decisions that we could make that would cause a revitalization.
So we're going to fix better policies. There's something else going on, though, which I think you and I are both very bullish on, which is this AI wave and AI services, right? And so I think one thing that's very interesting right now is obviously we all know there's major cost disease in our society. Healthcare is becoming more and more unaffordable. I think people are talking about our $36 trillion debt. It's actually $150 trillion more if you include our healthcare promises. Much bigger problem. We obviously education, housing, all these things are becoming less affordable, but you and I have both seen that a lot of these new technologies are going to turn some of these services into much more affordable products, and I think we're making big bets on that. Tell us about this.
So things. So first of all, just a moment on AI. So you asked a question earlier, which is like, is there like there's a traditionalist view of like we need to go get the jobs that used to exist, we need to somehow bring them back, and here you get into this argument of like, well, you've got Chinese laborers working for $1 an hour or whatever, like you're not going to get those jobs back. It's just not cost effective to bring those jobs back. What we have, though, is we're at this very specific and important and fundamental and I think profound turning point in technology, which is the rise of AI. And I would say the good news, let's make the panel optimistic. The good news is the US is like by far the leader on AI. Now, by the way, we need to decide whether we want to be the leader in AI because there's like a lot of forces in the US and in the US government that are trying to prevent that from happening. But
there's over 1,000 laws at state level we've been trying to fight and stop that would screw this up, right? So there's a lot of people who are against this.
California state government almost passed a law to outlaw AI in California 6 months ago, which is an indication how crazy California is. But yes, that we can, it's like everything else. We can have it if we want it. These are all choices. But like AI is happening, and AI is only happening in 2 places. Like it's only US versus China, and there's a whole competition thing there. But like the US is like very powerful on this. And then by the way, the US is benefiting a lot because Europe has basically made AI illegal. Like they're regulating themselves to death. And so the smart AI people in Europe are moving to the US. And so like the US really is ground zero for AI. Today, AI is software, right? And so when you use AI, you use ChatGPT. It's an app on your phone, right? There's no manufacturing kind of component, really. People are building giant data centers, but it's not a huge generator of like middle-class jobs. But there's another turn on AI that's coming, which is the turn to embodied physical AI, which is robotics. Right, and this is a transition that has already happened. It's already actually happened in drones, where drones went from being human piloted to actually be autonomously piloted. They now fly themselves. It's a transition that's happening in cars right now, right, where cars went from basically purely physical products to now basically being rolling computers that drive themselves. And if you haven't tried this yet, if you ever have the misfortune of finding yourself in San Francisco, take a Waymo. It's amazing to live in a cyberpunk future reality where you're in literally a state-of-the-art self-driving car that's literally out of the Jetsons driving past people who are dying of fentanyl overdoses on the sidewalk. I recommend having the experience at least once. But the self-driving car really does work, like it's really happening. And then what's going to happen, you've all probably seen, Elon has this Optimus robot that he's building, these humanoid robots. Like the general purpose robotics thing is going to happen, and it's going to happen in the next decade, and it's going to happen at giant scale. And I think there's a plausible argument, which Elon also believes, that robotics is going to be the biggest industry in the history of the planet. It's going to be gigantic. There's going to be billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions of robots of all shapes, sizes, descriptions running around doing all kinds of things. Those robots need to get designed and built, right? And so my view is, we don't try to get the old manufacturing jobs back. What we should do is lean hard into the manufacturing jobs of the future, which is designing and building all of these new things, right? By the way, which includes drones and cars, right, and robots. And we shouldn't be building manufacturing lines that have people sitting on a rubber mat for 10 hours screwing screws in by hand, but we should be building, what Elon calls them alien dreadnought factories, right? Which is like these super sophisticated factories with like tons of robotics. But you can imagine thousands and thousands of different categories of industrial production that have to happen all across the US in order to make this happen. And would cause just like enormous economic growth throughout the country. We get a huge payoff from all the tech investment that the coasts are making, but we generate many tens or hundreds of millions of jobs in the countryside. And then the U.S. would lead. It would be the third industrial or fourth industrial revolution. We would lead in the development of all these new things. And then you get to the national security side of this, which is if you don't do this, you're living in a world of Chinese robots everywhere. And that has very profound consequences for, let's just say, profound consequences.
And it's an important policy point. And I want to dig into this a little bit more. A lot of I was just in an interview up there, like, aren't we going to destroy tens of millions of jobs? Isn't AI scary? A lot of people are very scared right now with the disruption. I'm very excited about the higher productivity because I see it being disinflationary. I see it creating more jobs. How do we, if assuming we're aligned, how do we explain this to people? How do we explain this is actually a really good thing for the country? Because a lot of Luddites are going to attack this. They are going to try to stop it.
Yeah, so the Luddites are wrong. The neo-Luddites are wrong. They're wrong in the sense of like, for the reason they've always been wrong, which is the reality is we have not, in the last 50 years, been in an era of fast productivity growth, technological change. We've been in an area of slow productivity change, slow economic growth. AI, if it works the way that actually people either hope or fear that it's going to work, it's going to cause productivity growth to shoot up. That will naturally accelerate economic growth. But look, if it just stays as software, then the result of that is it's going to make the cities much better off, right? It's going to make San Francisco and LA and New York much better off, and Austin much better off. But it's still not going to answer this question of what happens in the countryside. To answer the question of what happens in the countryside, you need to get to the next thing. You need to make AI hardware as well as software. And you're right back to that same prescription of basically reindustrializing the country. And again, not reindustrializing the country on the stuff that has already left, reindustrializing the country based on all the things that have to be invented and built. And it's just like we know, I'm just like incredibly highly confident that there's going to be these giant industries of, computerized everything, AI powered all kinds of hardware of all kinds of shapes, sizes to descriptions. You're funding a lot of that kind of thing. I'm funding a lot of that kind of thing. I mean, look, the entire defense base has to get rebuilt around this.
We're going to redo the manufacturing. We're going to build roads and tunnels and everything cheaper. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and so this is the thing. This is the thing to do. Like to me, the path on this is very clear because we have to do this because it's necessary from a national security standpoint. We have to do it because we need it. We need the economic growth. We have to do it because we need an answer for the entire population of the country, not just the cities. And we have to do it because if we don't do it, China's going to do it, and we don't want to live in that world.
So I want to circle back to another controversial topic, which, over the last several decades, you mentioned this, we've kind of pursued deindustrialization, financialization. We've also pursued mass immigration. And, the view from the tech world has almost always been, we need more of the smartest people to come here and build with us. A lot of my smartest friends are immigrants, and they've built great things. But at the same time, some of this mass immigration has really affected the working class in certain ways that's maybe not great. I know your views have evolved on this topic. Like, what is the right immigration policy, and how does it tie into what you're seeing for the next few decades?
Yeah, so separate it, the classic split between so-called high-skilled and low-skilled immigration. So on the low-skilled immigration side, it's actually a lot of the AI doomers kind of have this split personality where they're like, AI is going to eliminate all the jobs, and we need to import another 100 million people from the third world as fast as possible, or we won't have any. So there's a bit of a weird kind of disconnect, I think, in the logic on that. Look, the country went through this before. As I said earlier, there was very high immigration between like 1870 and 1920. They closed the gates in 1925. Look, 1925 to 1970, you could argue it would have grown faster with higher immigration, but they grew a lot faster than we've grown, right? And so, I do think there is this, like, if you have AI, if you have advanced high productivity growth, if you have lots of robots running around, I do think there is a question of exactly how much low-skilled labor you need in the country, which bears on a lot of the immigration debates. The high-skilled immigration debate is the one that's coming, and it's not really top of mind right now, but it's the one that's coming. And the reason it's coming is because, look, we need talent, of course, to build all the AI, build all the robots, to do all these things, and you see this in the debates around the universities, with the move that the administration is doing on foreign students and so forth. And there's this kind of very one-sided argument that's happening on that right now, which is you kind of need a limited, you need a limited high-skilled immigration from the rest of the world, or you're not going to have like the smart people building stuff here. And I would say, look, like Joe, our portfolio at our firm is like the United Nations. It's founders from 100 countries. I benefited enormously by working in a place characterized by very high-skilled immigration. The thing that's really coming to roost, though, is sort of this fundamental issue, which kind of nobody wants to talk about, but I've started to talk about, which is it's the intersection of DEI and immigration that has really, I think, warped, our perceptions on high-skilled immigration over the last 50 years. Which and you see this, by the way, in like this, you look at like the foreign enrollment rates of the top universities, which went from, like 2 or 3 or 4% 50 years ago to whatever, 27 or 30 or 50.
And Columbia's over half, right?
70% or whatever it is. And so there's been this massive transformation in who gets educated. And then there's been this massive transformation of who gets admitted through affirmative action, and then, as we now know at DEI. And again, this goes straight to the political divide in the country, which is if you're a family, if your parents of a kid where I grew up, and you've got a smart kid, and you think you're going to get them into a top university in this country, like you are fooling yourself. Like there is no chance, right? Because they've got their the top universities have basically an admissions program that looks like this. It's like DEI for white people, which is the donors and all the fake sports. Right, and so
a lot of fake sports.
Like I have a friend who got into Yale to play varsity croquet, which let me just say is not a sport that we played a lot in rural Wisconsin. And then you've got DEI generally for the other groups, and then you've got this immigration influx, and as a consequence of that, like it is nearly impossible for somebody coming from like a Midwestern or rural background or Southern background to get into the U.S. By the way, this doesn't just affect white people. This also, obviously, we now see how it's affecting Jewish people, but it actually also affects African Americans in a very interesting way, which is actually both the universities and the corporate employers are literally, this is true, they literally import Africans so that they don't have to hire African Americans because they still count as black. There was a great story, the thing that woke me up to this, there was a story in the New York Times 20 years ago about Harvard. This is Harvard admits black students, but which ones, back when the New York Times could talk about these things honestly. And it quoted actually Henry Louis Gates and Lonnie Guinier at the time at Harvard Law School, basically observing that African Americans were not benefiting from an affirmative action because Harvard had figured out that they could import Nigerians. Right, and again, it's just like, great, the Nigerians are great, they're very smart, they're very productive, it's fantastic, all other things being equal, you'd like to have as many of them in your country, but like, is that really why we're doing, the set-aside programs? And so, like, there is this really fundamental question, which is like, what level of untapped talent exists in this country that a combination of DEI and immigration have basically cut out of the loop for the last 50 years? And how long can we have this, story to everybody in the Midwest and the South that says, sorry, you're, because of historical oppression, your kids are SOL.
This is the angry populism people are worried about that's affecting our politics.
Yeah, like what do you do? Like what do you do? Like this is what I've really come to appreciate from growing up in the one place and now being in the other place, which is if you're in the center of the country, you're just like, wow, these people really hate me. They really hate my kids. Like they're really out to get me. And like that's just such a toxic. That's just such a toxic dynamic. Like that'd be a very, very bad thing for that to continue.
So I guess to finish on a more positive note, we have all these challenges you've outlined. No, it's fair. I think in order to be optimistic, you first have to say what are the challenges and diagnose it, and then say what are the ways.
Well, here's an optimistic thing, which is we have talent in this country that is like we have so many smart people in this country who are not being properly trained, properly educated, and properly employed. Like we really genuinely do. We have tons of smart kids running around who have all kinds of potential, who have been completely cut out of opportunity for the last 50 years.
So we're going to have this wave of productivity growth. It's going to be in the real world with robotics. We're going to start to build, hopefully, if we get the policies right, and it's going to lift all these people up. What are the bottlenecks or things in the way of doing that? We have the amazing Secretary of Energy here. Energy is obviously a really key thing to get right. There's obviously the chips. There's the critical minerals you mentioned. Regulatory stuff is insane in this country. It needs to be fixed. Like what are the biggest ones you're focused on, and how are we going to get those to a place we need that it ends up with the optimistic outcome?
So I'd say yes, those. So, I mean, the good news on this is a lot of it's obvious, right? The minute you look at it, you're just like, well, obviously we have to do these things. If you talk to anybody running businesses in any of these sectors, they'll tell you right off the bat the things that need to happen. And so, I think the current administration I think is pretty devoted to a lot of this. Look, I would just say the other positive thing that's happening. There's this new book out called Abundance from Ezra Klein, who I would say I disagree with on approximately zero of everything. But I think this book is really good. And I think he and his co-author, outline, they don't necessarily have the policy prescriptions I would outline, but they make this point of like, it's like, liberals used to believe in building things, right? Well, I mean, if you go all the way back, like communists really believed in building things, right? Like all like Soviet iconography 100 years ago was all like rockets and skyscrapers and cars and motion and energy, and it was all amazing, and they built all these huge things. And then, liberals, up until basically the 1970s, really believed in building things. They really believed in building the future. And so Ezra and Derek Thompson are trying to recapture that. And there's a bunch of, by the way, there's a bunch of leaders of that party in Washington that are now, pushing that quite hard. And so maybe, although it seems hard to believe these days, but, there may be an opportunity for some actual bipartisanship here. And again, it just makes sense. If the country is growing faster, it's going to be a happier it's going to be a fundamentally happier place because people, whichever side of the political spectrum you're on, there's going to be Mr. Reagan said there's going to be a sense of optimism, right? There's going to be a sense of morning in America. There's going to be a sense of opportunity. There's going to be the sense that your kids are going to live better lives than you do. And I don't think that's a particularly partisan view at the end of the day. And I think there may be an opportunity to maybe bridge the divide a bit.
And I want to dig a little tiny bit deeper as we end into what that means. Because for me, for example, I think both of us see how healthcare doesn't need to take up 20% of our GDP, right? It's very obvious that AI can make these things a third the cost for better outcomes. And yet, every one of our states in this country has very powerful provider and payer lobbies and has very powerful cartels that block competition. And so if we want to go build something with AI, we're not allowed to right now. Like, do you see the left and the right, tech, working together to fight these special interests, to actually fix the regulatory state? Because it's not like the administration could just do it, right? It's going to take a lot of effort. Like, what does that coalition look like of the good guys against this kind of broken regulatory cartel in all these industries? Is that something we're going to all have to fight?
Yeah, so the way I think about this is there's basically three components to the American dream, right? There's house, have a house for your kids, and kind of by definition, this goes back to the geographic lens. The house needs to be like near a place where there's like great job opportunities, right? So it can't be a house in the middle of nowhere. It has to be a house where there's going to be great jobs, and a safe environment and so forth. Number one. Number two is healthcare. You need great healthcare for you and your family, and then three is education. You want to send your kids to good schools. If you disaggregate sectors of the economy over the last 25 years, what you find is basically everything that technology touches basically collapses in price. And so television sets and computer games and everything anything with electronics in it, basically the prices, productivity growth in those sectors has advanced very fast. Product prices have collapsed. Everything is much cheaper. But if you chart housing, education, and healthcare, the prices of those things are skyrocketing, right? And we all see this. It's just the price of housing is exploding, the price of education is exploding, and the price of healthcare. I mean, healthcare is 20% of the economy on its way to 50%, and so the prices are exploding. And so it's like, okay, what makes healthcare? What makes those three components of the American dream have these exploding prices? It's two things. Number one is and these are interrelated, but number one is technology is not really touching them very much. And you could say the tech industry has done a bad job at addressing housing and healthcare and education, or you could say that those industries have been resistant to it. But technology hasn't really touched them that much, which means that the productivity growth hasn't happened in them. And then the other thing is they're heavily regulated. They're heavily dominated by the government. They're heavily regulated. And then in all three of those sectors, the government both restricts supply, right? And so zoning laws and university certifications and so forth, right, mean that it's very hard to actually build new of those three things. And then the government responds to the political pressure caused by the rising prices by subsidizing demand. And of course, if you subsidize demand and affect supply, you get skyrocketing prices, right? And so every time there's a housing crisis, it's a perpetual housing crisis in California, the answer always is subsidies for home buyers, which always has the effect of driving prices up further and making the problem worse. Right, and so like that drives, those are the microeconomics of what's happening. I don't think there's easy answers on this, but I think the acknowledgement that this is in fact what's happening, and then I think the people have to decide that they do not want to live this way. I think like the marginal American voter needs to decide. It's just not acceptable that if I can't spend $3 million, I can't have a house that's in a good neighborhood with a good job attached to it, and it's just not acceptable that a 4-year college degree is going to cost $1 million, which is what it's on its way to doing, and it's just not acceptable that like this healthcare monster is running out of control, and so it in many ways like this is like the fundamental policy political question of our time that kind of needs to be dealt with. Again, these issues become much easier to deal with in a high growth environment, right? In an environment with very rapid technological development. Let me give you the good news story on healthcare. Everybody talks about healthcare. You can't break these curves. There's one area of healthcare that is incredibly sophisticated, technologically advanced, and the price curve looks like Moore's law. The price curve looks like video games. The price curve is just a straight line down, and the quality of the service has gone way up. And that's LASIK eye surgery, right? And the reason that's the case is because it's outside the system. It's a discretionary purchase paid for by the consumer. And the LASIK eye studios are in like strip malls, and they've got like 3 people and like a super advanced, incredibly advanced like laser eye machine. And you go in there and you get zapped and you have perfect eyesight, and every year it gets better and cheaper. And so that's like an example of what happens if you're able to touch these sectors with technology and if you're able to get them out from under all the regulatory and government overhang. And so that potential exists, I think, throughout the system. But fundamentally, we have to decide we want it. And fundamentally, the population of the country has to decide that it wants it.
Well, I'm optimistic more of the leaders in the tech and government sector are going to be on our side and push through and fix these regulations, and the technology is going to get us there. So thank you, Mark, for being here. Appreciate it.
Good. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin.
Working together, you and I can make government work more effectively for all Americans. I think one of the great things that probably came out of the traumatic experience of the Great Depression was, with the best of intentions, the federal government moving in where they saw these great emergencies, then made what was supposed to be temporary medicine for the illness permanent medicine even after the patient got better. And the result was a drastic distortion of the historic relationship between state and local entities and the federal government. And we want to get back to what was the original purpose and the original idea of our separation of government levels in this country, because I think they're unique in all the world, and they were the greatest guarantee of individual freedom that this country has ever known.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel, Reimagining Governance, State Capacity, Federalism, and Innovation in Public Services. Please welcome to the stage Ms. Megan McArdle of the Washington Post and our distinguished panelists.
Hi, I'm going to start by introducing our panel. We have Christine Martin Anderson, who is the COO. That's the Chief Operating Officer of Booz Allen. We have Governor Kevin Stitt of the state of Oklahoma, and Gary Tan, who's the President and CEO of Y Combinator. I am Megan McArdle. I write columns about government and other things for the Washington Post. And I'd just like to remind you that you can submit questions through the app. And if you submit them and they're good, I will ask them of our panel. So please do that. So I'm just going to start by remembering a famous Reagan quote that the scariest words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help you." And yet, when I look back, you know, trust in government back then was pretty high compared to now. It's been a pretty steady decline. From 1972, 75% of the population expressed a great deal of confidence in the government, a great deal of trust in the government. And that's now around 40%. So the first thing I just want to ask is about this feeling that government has broken. And I want each of you to give government a letter grade from A to F. How well is American government working today? And you can interpret that question broadly with your local government, your state, the federal government, or all three levels. But I'm going to ask you to start.
Okay. Well, first I'll say I'm an optimist, and probably close enough to it to see the good things that happen as well as the complaints. So I'm going to give it a C. Obviously, there are things that we can do better, but there are also, you know, really amazing things that our country does every day, and I think we have to give the government some credit for that.
Governor?
Well, the state of Oklahoma, I would give us like a A-, something like that. Federal government, to me, is an F, and the reason I say that is, you know, states have a balanced budget. We have to operate within our means, right? So we have constitutionally, we're gonna spend what our revenue is, right? Every year we have this Board of Equalization meeting and talks about our revenue. Not so much in the federal side. And I just think we're facing an impending disaster on the national debt side. I really do. Republicans, Democrats alike, it's like we get elected and the expense side is just growing astronomically. We're $2 trillion over our revenue right now. We have a $36 trillion debt, And it's not like your mortgage payment where your principal and interest. I talk about this to Oklahomans, and it's interest only. It means we're never paying off that $36 trillion. And it gets worse, it's $2 trillion. But it's fixable. Like if we went back to the expenses, this just blows me away. Just go back to 2019, and if we had the same expenses in 2019, we have a balanced budget. And Ronald Reagan in 1982 started talking about a need for a balanced budget amendment. And every address after that, he talked about the need and begged Congress we had to put a check on the spending. And states now are the only hope. Oklahoma's got a trigger law. 29 other states have a trigger law. If we get to 34, we can force the federal government to have a balanced budget amendment. And I think ultimately we have to spend. Congress has a tough job. All these different needs across the federal government. But you have to have a limit, and it's got to be what our revenue is. And I just think that is the reason I would give them such a poor grade, because there is no check. There's all these do-gooders and all these people coming in. Let's spend money on this or this program or this program. And there's just no limit right now, and it's very, very scary for our future.
Mr. Tan, how would you grade government?
Well, I'm a private citizen. I run an incubator called Y Combinator in San Francisco, California. Thanks for welcoming a San Francisco Democrat to a wonderful crowd today. San Francisco is a very important town, and it is a town. It's not bigger than Columbus, Ohio, but it has an annual city budget of $14 billion. And when it comes to state capacity, I'd be worried that we're actually farming out massive amounts of the things that really need to be done by the state to nonprofits that frankly have scandal after scandal in San Francisco. And this really hurts because at Y Combinator, we get more than 70,000 applications a year. We interview about several thousand of them. We fund about 700 of them. About 5 to 10% of those end up becoming worth $1 billion or more. About 20% of all the startups in the United States that make it a $5 billion valuation, 20% of them come through our program. So we are actually brain draining the world. About 30% of our companies, their founders, they're one or two people leaving a job or dropping out of school, and they're moving and starting companies from Europe, from all around the world. They're starting American companies that 5 to 10% of the time, they end up creating thousands of jobs. So startups that you've heard of, DoorDash, Coinbase, Airbnb. Earlier, Patrick Collison of Stripe was here. All of them started just one or two people. Patrick himself is an immigrant from Ireland. And so what's really important to me is we're bringing people to San Francisco, and yet I would give San Francisco, up until maybe this year, probably an F-. I mean, this is a city that has truly not served its people. My Asian American elders in our community were stabbed and beaten in the streets, and there was no justice for them. Our students, San Francisco, of all places in the world, like who here took algebra in school in 7th and 8th grade? San Francisco is the city that banned algebra from being taught to children in public middle schools. And I am the outcome of a public school education in the San Francisco Bay Area. If you take away algebra, my whole story is, cannot happen. I could not have gone to Stanford. I could not have studied engineering. I couldn't have started a company. I wouldn't be sitting here in front of you today. And so for me, the Bay Area is what unlocked prosperity. It allowed me to participate in starting a company, creating jobs. And now today, we hope to help the next generation of founders to do that. And so what I really want and what I'm hopeful for is San Francisco can actually be a model for change, not just in the Bay Area or California, but maybe across the country, in that I would give the prior administration an F-. But what's happening now with Mayor Daniel Lurie and with the new renewed Board of Supervisors is that we are actually making common sense choices that are actually serving the people now. We have a new district attorney. We recalled the last one, and the new one is actually prosecuting. We have a new board of supervisors that is supporting public safety. We have a new school board that was briefly in the news today because they almost adopted, what was it called, grading for equity, which would make a D, 60% was a D, they would change that to 20%, a passing grade. A 20% would be a passing grade. and an A would be 80%. And luckily, we turned it around because we're paying attention now. So
I think this brings
He
up.
sounds like a Republican now.
Yeah, are you sure you're a Democrat? You're sounding more Reagan-like with every passing moment.
Well, in 10 years, San Francisco Democrat will mean something different.
So, I think this brings up a bunch of really important points that I want to pick up on. And the first is this sense that our state and local governments can be the laboratories of democracy, as we keep saying, and they produce some of our best outcomes. If you look at what Texas has done with renewable energy, for example, right? It turns out that this fairly conservative state has been on the forefront. On the other hand, they're also the places that go the most wrong. And so it seems like there is a tension, there's a tension certainly in Washington when I talk to people about policy, between the people who want to push things up to the federal government because they see so much dysfunction at the state level, especially I think in California, if I'm honest. And then the people who want to push it down because you can be nimbler, right? San Francisco was doing really badly, but it has turned a whole lot faster than the federal government tends to. And so I'd like to talk about, and I'd specifically like to ask you, because you do so much of this, is there a trade-off between the state, the federal government's capacity is larger, but its inertia is also larger, as with any large object?
Yeah, I think every administration, every group that's in power wants to do a little bit of both, right? For the things that they think are most important, if you're in the federal government, you're in general going to try to get as many states and or localities to do that thing your way, right? And then for those things that you think are really broken and that you don't think the federal government should do, you're going to try to, push it out and say, oh, the states should have the choice. And this back and forth happens every administration. But I think the real critical issue is whether or not the fundamentals get solved. And so biggest state expense is healthcare, right? The argument over how much matching there should be in Medicaid or how many different matching formulas there should be, last I counted, I think there's 7 for different services for what the matching formulas are. That's the wrong, and how much coverage you'll give and how many uninsured there are. It's exactly the wrong conversation. Because most everyone in a bipartisan way, if they had a choice and there was infinite money, would say coverage should be for everybody. What we're not solving at any level, state, local, federal, commercial, is the exploding cost of healthcare. And it's that formula of how much it costs per person times how many people you cover that equal the budget problem. And so from my point of view, pushing it up or down, that to me is the less important conversation. The more important conversation is what are the incentives to fix the problem? And whether it's education and whether or not we're happy with K through 12 education or higher ed lately is in the news a lot, or public safety, the core issue needs to get addressed, and that's why those issues keep getting kicked around. And I think we need more innovation, and we need more tech to really address the root issues.
Does dividing the responsibility in the way that we so often do with so many programs, right? Medicaid is administered by the states, it's funded by the federal government, mostly, but then sometimes more, depending on who the person is and all of this. Does that prevent us from solving the problems because we get mired in those disputes?
It's the way the republic is defined, right? So there's only a few things that the federal government's supposed to do, and then the rest is supposed to be done closest to the people where you can vote with your feet. That division between federal government, state, local does create inefficiencies, but it is sort of a trade-off with those freedoms and allowing people to have different experiences that fit their local, preferences. So I think it does create inefficiencies, especially in the Medicaid program. Right? So there's 7 different matching programs, et cetera. But all of this is about trying to incent certain services getting covered, et cetera, and the federal government using the power of the purse to try to incent the state to do something they want them to do by saying, I'll pay for it, right? I personally don't think that that's the right answer because it's just shifting who's fiscally responsible. The right answer is to create the incentives to have the states fix it. And so I do think it creates inefficiency if you try to use just money, and in politics you can trade policies and money for votes. it doesn't get at the underlying issues. So that's the incentives we need.
Yeah, Governor, I'd like to ask you about that complexity and the burden of adding federal money. So in the supreme irony of my life as a libertarian columnist, my father was a lobbyist. And he lobbied for the local infrastructure. Yes, every time I would write something mean about lobbyists, I would get a humorous note that said, "You do know what paid for college, right?" But he, as lobbyists go, he was the most forgivable kind. He represented the people who built sort of roads and bridges and things that I think even most libertarians think, yeah, the government's probably not going to crowdsource the George Washington Bridge. But he would say that adding federal money to one of their projects would add 5 years and would increase the cost by 50%. And I think that that's the experience of a lot of governors, of also local mayors and so forth. I mean, is that the experience, and how does that?
I think so. I'll give you a quick example. I think people enjoy hearing this. Permitting reform is on everybody's mind, right? Republican governors, Democrat governors, we all want to talk about permitting reform, whether you think wind energy is the answer or gas pipelines. We need quicker projects to be built. It takes U.S. like 8 years longer than it does the other developed countries. So one of our Oklahoma is like the pipeline capital of the world. We've got major companies that are located there. So Williams is a major pipeline company. It's had Constitution Pipeline. And their CEO, Alan Armstrong, from Tulsa, Oklahoma, he was giving a speech and letting people know the need for permitting reform. And it cost Williams, it cost them twice as much to permit a project and go through the legal battle as it does to actually build the project, the pipeline. And that's just, when people hear that, you're like, well, why can't we fix this? That's part of broken government, right? Everybody agrees that's ridiculous. And then why does it belong in the states, your question, versus the federal? Obviously, federalism, and the states created the federal government. And when you have these pendulum swings from the Trump administration, the Biden administration, back to the Trump administration, and businesses need certainty. And Obama kills the Keystone Pipeline, and then Trump resurrects it, and then Biden kills it again, and then finally the businesses are going, we're done, right? And just on the Keystone Pipeline, Constitution up through New York. New York blocked that, and some of my Democratic governor friends from the Northeast, they asked me, why do you have such cheaper electricity in Oklahoma than we have up here? And I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you really asking that question? You need gas. And so, but then you have states weaponizing what's called the 401 rule inside the EPA that gives states discretion, right? But the problem is they weaponize it, and they never give an answer to a business. That's a problem. We have to fix these kind of things because, people in Connecticut, they just want to drive their kids to school and piano practice, and they want they've got to heat their homes and their businesses. Why do we think a reliable, affordable grid is somehow partisan, right? And so I think those are conversations that, smart people like you have got to put pressure on your representatives to say, hey, we want to bring common sense back to America, and we can win. We can continue to beat the competition. We can build projects faster. Guys like this, the innovation in America, American dream is alive and well. We just need to get out of our own way and allow these projects to happen.
So let me ask, do we think about federalism wrong? Right, I mean, we tend to think of we layer it, right? The federal government is seen as having often more state capacity, which I think is true certainly in the case of things. During the pandemic, we can argue about what the CDC actually did, but no, states were not going to individually duplicate that level of the number of people studying infectious disease and so forth. That would be redundant, and the government has scale. Federal government has scale and should use its scale. For things like citing, pipelines and electricity, it has become a real problem that you can get all of these functional states to lay it, but if there's one state where they're letting the community come in and delay it for 30 years with a lawsuit, that kills the pipeline, that kills the electricity grid. So should we, instead of trying to layer things where the federal government wants something done and then it sort of says, okay, well, I'm going to give you some money, but then you have to do exactly what I want with it, we think about what are the things that the federal government has to do, because these are genuinely national scale projects, And what are the things the states could do? So I could make an argument for federalizing Medicaid entirely. I don't know if you would like that or not like it, but I could make an argument for just saying, look, have the federal government pay for it, have them administer it. That is something that could be done in the way that Medicare already is done. But then education, does the federal government need to be involved really at all? Other than maybe redistributing some funds to the poorest schools from richer areas. Should we be rethinking, Governor, how we do this to make it more about dividing responsibilities between the places? And I also would ask both you and Gary to come in on which areas should local governments be handling and the states mostly be staying out of?
I mean, great conversation to have. On education, you mentioned that. Anybody in here graduate high school before 1978? A few people? How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Did you know the Federal Department of Education wasn't created until 1978? Jimmy Carter signed that into law. You can't possibly. Do you think your education was any worse than it is today? And so I think it's funny for us to think about that, but if Trump gets rid of the Federal Department of Education, it's the states that hire the teachers and build the schools and educate the kids, and we've been doing it. And so what exactly does the federal government do? And then you talk about Medicaid. It's the states that have the hospitals, the doctors that set the programs up. We know who the aged, blind, disabled, the pregnant women, the children, the people that we put on these programs. And if we had more flexibility without all the strings attached, we can do it better. So I set up Doge Oklahoma to help with the federal Doge to say, hey, about 40% of the state revenue, whether it's in California or Oklahoma, comes from the federal government. So how do we work with our federal partners to say, hey, if we need to cut and we need to have more of a balanced budget, then if you give us more flexibility on things like education or things like Medicaid, then here's how we would do it in Oklahoma, and we could return $2 billion. That's what we think we can do with more flexibility on our spending. And then if you extrapolate that over all 50 states, there's $1 trillion worth of savings. So the states are the ones that created the federal government, not the other way around. The states used to get together with other states, and how does free trade work? How does it work? How does our pipelines work between each other? And why is the federal government involved in every single thing of our lives? And I think that's a conversation that the pendulum is swinging a little bit, and people are on both sides of the aisle are having these conversations, and we can have a healthy debate. What should the federal government do? You talked about CDC and some of those things that, of course, we need the federal government to handle. But that's always, what actually do we want them to handle? There's never a shortage of good ideas.
So, Gary, I actually want to bring you in and ask, a mystery to me about San Francisco is you have all of these incredibly productive people. They all know how to build stuff and make it work. And then they elect one of the least effective governments in the United States. And so I actually first want to ask you why that happens. But second of all, one of the solutions that I have seen a lot of people propose is that they want to push stuff up to the state and take it out of the hands of the dysfunctional city council. And it really says a lot that when you are trying to push things up to the California state government in order to make them work better. What do you think about that? Is that are you better off letting the state of California force San Francisco to build housing? Or are you better off keeping that local control and using the incredible supply of hardworking and gifted people you have to reform the government you have at the local level?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, to answer your first question, how did it get so bad? I would argue that locally, we allowed national sort of culture war issues to become so prevalent and so top of mind that it overshadowed any of the kitchen table things we cared about, like actually having rent that isn't $5,000 or $10,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. I mean, that's crazy. The basic things that we need for our community, we did not get. And so I guess there are a bunch of different weird examples here. For instance, our law enforcement and criminal justice system became so broken that multi-time violent offenders had to be kept in check by the federal government, by DOJ and FBI. The local authorities were so unable to have any state capacity to keep people safe that it was the feds that actually came in there during the worst times in sort of the during COVID and the time before that, to come in and say, actually, this person, the local government is not stepping in. The Superior Court has let them out too many times. We're going to bring them up on federal charges. So, in that sense, like, I'm very thankful for a federal government that can do this. Another interesting example I would say is, there was a bill that almost killed AI in California called SB 1047, which was onerous, premature, and today I think we all have been talking a lot about AI as something that is incredibly important for America to remain at the forefront of. But if this were passed, this would have actually created a lot of regulation around who could actually run these models, who could train these models, and they'd actually be very onerous for my startups, for little tech. And so, we're really glad that there's actually, things in the current bill, I believe, from Congress to sort of say, hey, for the next 5 or 10 years, let's cool it with the state regulation of AI, because this is something that has national significance for us, and similar to pipelines or natural resources or even housing, these are things that the state or federal government should really care about. And then I would say, the story of San Francisco, I hope, with the new mayor, with the new board of supervisors, is that if business people pay attention and are not afraid to speak out, like that's really, I got involved in local politics only in 2021, really, during COVID. And in that time, we recalled a DA, we took over the Board of Supervisors. Most importantly, we actually took over the local SF Democratic Central Committee. And so now we have moderate policies that are actually going to fix the city. And my hope is, San Francisco is the city that gave us large language models and self-driving cars, and Kamala and Gavin Newsom. So the next generation of SF politics, what we hope is to actually bring kitchen table actual things we care about: housing, safe streets, and actually schools that work, public schools that actually work. And if at the local level we can win, well, then I hope that San Francisco Democrats can go to state and remake the Democratic Party from there.
A concept I learned from Y Combinator is default alive versus default dead. And normally, and the idea is, if you're a company, if you just kind of keep going as you are going, are you alive in 24 months or are you dead in 24 months? And I think a big problem with government in general, right, is that it's default alive. And usually that's supposed to be a good thing, but the government doesn't think of itself as able to die. And so it doesn't act with the urgency of, in some sense, our cities right now are kind of inching on to default dead in a lot of ways. Certainly my own city of Washington, D.C. is, but it's acting like it's default alive. It's not, it's very hard to get that change. But that has been the grim portion of the program. And now I actually want to go to how could we use technology to fix some of these problems? Because I know that is something that everyone here thinks a lot about. So what are ways that we can use to reduce the complexity, make things better, enable government to have higher state capacity, save money, lower taxes, less spending, all of the good things that we want. And I'm going to start with you because you do so much of this.
Well, and I think we've talked in different points today at different panels about the Baumol cost disease, right? This idea that costs go up. You raised it even in our prep, right? Costs go up even when productivity doesn't go up. And this is core in a lot of the issues that states have to handle, which are health and human services issues, whether it's, and education, right? And AI gives such promise for that. I mean, I think that the productivity gains that we can get in highly cognitive functions are really important. And so I do believe that we need to help states, anyone who has the capacity to help states. I mean, when I say we, I mean, startups, private companies, the federal government that creates an environment for it, to really allow them to get the efficiency gains that we have not seen. And that will help us drive down the costs in some areas, because what we really should be focused on is growth. And when you have too much of the intellectual capacity and the financial capacity tied up in areas where we're not getting the outcomes that we want, right? And we're not getting the productivity gains that we need, then I think that's where AI gives us a lot of promise. And I think we should be doing that every which way we can. I think also what we've learned of what's possible in terms of data sharing and really being able to bring large amounts of data together and start to really understand and solve problems, whether that's reducing disease and giving people greater health, or whether it's really trying to get to an education system that serves the local communities. And I do believe that most should be local and state. I mean, the federal government, only has 3 responsibilities in the Constitution. They can print currency. They're supposed to do national defense and interstate commerce. And I think it's interstate commerce where a lot of this other stuff seeps in. So trying to get it right at the source, to me, right at the source is where the residents live.
So let me ask about the talent problem for that. And I know that you exist to solve that talent problem for a lot of governments. But the IT capacity, as we've seen, especially at the state level with, the famous example is the pandemic unemployment benefits, where we had to give everyone huge checks because we literally could not reprogram the unemployment systems in any reasonable amount of time to just slightly increase the benefits, right? Those things, the federal government's capacity is weak compared to the private sector. I think it's fair to say they have a lot of, the process is weak, right? It's not the people necessarily, it's just that the way that they do procurement, the way they write RFPs, the way they take 20 years to go through all of the channels. The states have an even bigger problem, which is that they're simply smaller, which means that they have less that not every state, but a lot of states have less in-house expertise, and then local government has that problem even more. So how do we do a digital transformation when most of America's tech talent is attracted to our incredibly vibrant, awesome private sector, where states have ring-fenced themselves with a lot of procurement rules and so forth that make it hard to do transformational change at the speed at which transformational change is happening?
Well, I've been impressed with what you've been doing in your state around really focusing on growth and trying to unlock capacity in manufacturing and other places. I mean, the talent exists. It's not, you can't think of talent just as who works for what government, right? I mean, they have to harness the private sector, and that includes, tech in many, many areas. And that problem is imminently solvable. I think even look today, right? Look at the wave of tech and Silicon Valley that's really interested in making an efficient government. I mean, that's something to be harnessed. That can be done at the state level, at the local level. I think we can't assume that we're going to somehow have all of the talent that has chosen a life of service just inside of government. And we are seeing, whether it's new grads going into government or whatever, the tech ability of every generation is higher, right? We just need to tap it, right?
So let me ask that question in a different, less negative sounding way. How do we unleash that potential? How do we, what positive steps do we need to take right now to unleash the potential of the people who are there and of the technologies that are available and becoming available? Oh, okay.
Very anxious.
Okay, I have 2 crazy things that are going on right now that maybe you haven't heard about yet. First is one of our best founders from the YC community, Joe Gebbia, one of the co-founders of Airbnb, $100 billion company. He didn't have to do this. He's in the Doge team out of the Office of Personnel Management. And have you guys heard the story of the mine that has, basically all file cabinets? It is the team that takes care of all of the retirements for the entire US government. And on average, any given retirement would be about 90 pages of handwritten notes previously. So what they've done, literally in the last 100 days, is replaced it with a software system that takes the process to set up a retirement was 9 months, and dozens of people looking at it, just human beings literally taking things from file cabinets and moving it. And they replaced it with an all-digital system that brought it from 9 months down to 30 days, and they're still chopping that down. And so all that took was, I visited them in DC. It looked like a startup. It was literally, it was Joe Gebbia and his best cracked engineers and designers in a room, and it was like all whiteboards. It looked just like a scene out of South of Market in San Francisco, but they're doing it for the government. And so I think that that's an incredible model. Like, look out for Joe, he's incredible. And then the other thing that has classically been true, I love seeing the Palantir logo everywhere. So Palantir, I actually designed that logo. I was very early there, friends with Joe. We went to college together. And one of the things that made Palantir truly great was that they recognize this thing. So there's very few, there may be 100,000 truly great software engineers in the entire world. And most of them would not be able to, like, they wouldn't want to go work on a government project in the past. And the wild thing now, there's this thing with large language models called vibe coding. So literally using OpenAI and Anthropic and new startups like Cursor or Windsurf, you can actually sit down, and one person who would normally do the work of one software engineer could easily do the work of 10 or 100. And they can do that. They can, there are startups in our YC batch that now 95% of their code is written by AI. They supply just the 5% that is the special sauce that they learned from their customers or the things that they need. And so that's actually really good news. Literally, the rocks can talk, they can reason, they can think, now they can write code.
Governor,
what I would add is, your question was, how do we, use innovation, AI to make government more efficient, right? And so until you incentivize government to be more efficient, there's zero incentive. Remember, there's an unlimited budget. They can spend whatever they want. So, you saw
the bond market might have something to say about that eventually.
Perfect example. So how big should state government be? I focus on Oklahoma, and a state. 4.1 million people. We're the 28th largest state population-wise. Oklahoma City, by the way, is the 20th largest city now in the country. Go Thunder. Who's a Thunder fan in here? All right. But how big should state government be? I ask myself this a lot, right? And so I study all the other states. Perfect example. I think you'll like this example. So New York and Florida, those states are about the same population size. Florida is actually bigger now than New York, okay? But a little over 20 million people. Florida's more populated. So how big should their budgets be? You would think they'd be about the same. New York's budget is $233 billion, okay? Is that a lot? I don't know. Let's compare it to a bigger state, Florida. Florida is $115 billion, all right? So the only difference, New York has a 10.9% income tax, Florida has a 0, and New York's in a death spiral. There's no way they can catch up. They cannot cut $100 billion out of their budget. Their only option is to keep increasing taxes. And so that's on a state level. So I truly believe you have to, government will never say, you've given us too much money. We as the people have to tell them what their limits are. And right now there's an open checkbook on the federal level. And if we don't address that, I think all these other things are awesome. But if we don't say, here's our limit, and there's a balanced budget amendment, there's some kind of check on the spending, it's difficult, because the way politics work is the money's always on the yes side. The way these people get reelected is by doing what the lobbyists, the special interests, all those folks want, and you just can't go against the leadership, and that's the problem.
As a proud daughter of New York State, I would agree with you that our government is highly dysfunctional. I'm now a Washingtonian, so I have chosen to leap from out of the frying pan and into the fire. But I would argue that the spending is a problem. But so, for example, when Oklahoma got its historic aluminum investment, congratulations, I was genuinely shocked, because I think of that as something that happens if you were lucky enough to have access to cheap Canadian hydro or to live near Icelandic geothermal. And I was like, Oklahoma's electricity prices can't possibly be that low. And then I went and looked, and wow, your electricity prices are really low. And that is a huge problem for New York State. It's all of the little things. And I think we could, the finance industry throws off a lot of cash. And that allows you to tax at a higher level than if you are dealing with physical factories that have lower profit margins, that have workers who require more services in some ways. They need infrastructure, right? You don't need to build a port to Goldman Sachs. They can just, they can get themselves to the office in their black cars. But it's all of the little decisions that New York makes, and they never think about, is this making it harder for people to build business in my community? Is this? And so one question I would like to ask you is, why Oklahoma is relentlessly focused on those questions when other states aren't? Why do Texas and Florida think so hard about those questions about like the nuts and bolts of keeping government small, when California and New York have everything big a liberalism with? What is it the cultural difference in the voters? Is it that you need to work harder for it? You don't have Wall Street just sitting there, or Silicon Valley kind of minting money for you to spend on your constituents?
I mean,
although you have oil fields, I guess.
Yeah, that's a great question. But yeah, you mentioned we're getting the first, in 45 years, an aluminum smelter has not been built in the U.S., and we're getting that located in Oklahoma.
Sorry, I should have explained that more clearly. But.
And so we've been working on it for a couple of years. The UAE, it's Emirates Global Aluminum, and because of our reliable, affordable grid, they're coming. 40% of their expenses is electricity, and we did a little bit something innovative. We took our incentive package and we bought an annuity that would basically pay them over the next 15 years to even streamline their utility prices more. So I didn't give the company money. I actually took that money and gave it to, we bought an annuity that would subsidize their utility price to guarantee them this thing. So we just had to get creative. And then we have a port. Most people don't realize this. The most inland port goes all the way to Tulsa, so they can get their bauxite and some of the raw materials there. And so it was great. But we pay in Oklahoma a third for our electricity price of what you do, here in San Francisco. And it might be, utility prices may not matter for the Goldman Sachs and your folks, but they matter to the plumbers, they matter to middle class, and they matter to Americans. And so that's where people are voting with their feet, and they're saying, hey, we just want to take our kids we want to raise our kids. We really all want the same thing as Americans. We want the best education for our kids. We want the best infrastructure, healthcare, and the best economy. And when we get away from that and we start letting special interests rule the day, and not that these things aren't important decisions, but we need to, as Americans, say, listen, let's get back to the basics. Let's get back to what we need to continue to grow our economies. And I think that's limiting the size of government and not letting the do-gooders tell us everything that they should do with our tax dollars.
All right, I am going to, unfortunately, the tablet has logged me out. So I'm going to be taking questions from the audience but before I do that, I'm just going to ask one final question. You have the power, God has come down and given you the power to take away one rule from state, local, federal government, any rule you want, to change it, to alter it, to remake it in order to increase American state capacity, increase its innovative capacity in government. What is that rule and why? Lightning round.
I'm going to say it's a balanced budget amendment.
On my end, I hope for platform neutrality. AI is about to happen, and my nightmare is the sort of market power that big tech has. Who here uses Siri? I don't use. I have an iPhone. I don't use Siri because it's using 3-year-old technology, and you just bumped up against the reason why we need platform independence, platform neutrality. Everyone uses the internet. The internet created trillions of dollars of value for everyone. We need platform neutrality because we're going into this new phase where your AI agent is going to know everything about you. And if there's only one, well, there's only going to be one mega tech company. I don't want that. I want thousands. I want tens of thousands of tech companies that are all thriving all the way across the United States, just not just in San Francisco. And the way that happens is we actually have to have platforms the way we had net neutrality for the internet back in the 90s.
Just one?
Just one, sorry. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night, and while I think the audience is probably up for it, like some of them will have flights to catch eventually, so.
I'll have to go back to my passion, which is and has been healthcare. And I would say that I would allow, I only have to pick one. I think I'd start with definitely negotiating drug prices and we have got to get the healthcare costs down so that we can get people healthy again, so we can get our state budgets unlocked, so we can get our local budgets unlocked, so we can get our federal budgets unlocked, and so that we can do more for the people. So there's a lot in that list. There's a whole deregulation that has to happen, but I had to pick one.
they have a tablet with questions for me, sorry. All right, should we view state capacity as a form of national competitiveness? And if so, who in US government is actually responsible for making government work? Let's not always see the same hands.
But the question was, should we use state capacity?
Should we view state capacity as a form of national competitiveness? Should we think of this as, look,
I think so. I mean, listen, the states compete. I have an international strategy. The reason we landed that EGA company from the UAE, Abu Dhabi, is because I've met with 80 different ambassadors. I've done trade missions to Asia. We've signed MOUs with the UK, with Canada. Congress is so dysfunctional that a lot of these countries are coming to states to do business, to talk to us.
Because you have the ability to actually make the deals and to come and to execute on the infrastructure and so forth.
That's right. We went to Select USA. Select USA is a Washington D.C. where all the companies from around the country will come in, or around the world will come in to Select USA, right? And then all the states will be there competing. It's kind of a trade show deal. And really, they talk about permitting, power, okay, and people. Those are the three things. That's what they want to talk about. Can we get the permits done? Well, Oklahoma, I signed an executive order that tells all of my regulatory bodies, if you don't have the permit within 30 days, it's free, okay? And so that's what, we love capital in Oklahoma. I come from the business world. I was never in politics until, if you ask my wife, I had a midlife crisis and decided to run for governor. But I just wanted to get involved, and I don't think government should have been, it's not an industry. Politics should not be an industry. Our founding fathers thought you should be a successful rancher or farmer or teacher or business person, and you go serve your state. It's called public service. And then you come back to the private sector and live under the same rules that we're there making. And we need more of that. And so I think that's why, of course, I love being able to compete against California. It's really easy because when you're out there, a lot of times the companies in Europe or Asia, they watch the Hollywood and all they know is New York or LA. And I'm like, guys, that is the worst place to set up a business, all right? That's the highest taxes, the highest permitting. You're gonna have to hire a team of attorneys. Anytime you fire an employee, you got labor laws like crazy, lawsuits. You need to come. I just set up business courts. I had a great session this year. We cut taxes, and I set up business courts to compete against Delaware. So we want chancery courts. We want all Fortune 500 companies to be, we want you domiciled and we want you using Oklahoma law. And so you're going to be protected in our state. And so I just think it's that simple. It's loving capital, loving business. Nothing happens until a business comes and they hire people, and businesses are trying to do the right thing. They're trying to, take care of their employees, their customers, the environment. And sure, that's part of the federalism, the laboratories of democracy. And so Oklahoma is different than Texas or Florida or New York or California or Kansas. And I think that's a good thing. We can see what's working in these different states.
Yeah, and you have to be growth focused. And there's no question that the right place to put the growth focus is at the governor, at the state level.
Any thoughts? Because I have a question that has your name written all over it.
Okay, please.
My company polls federal government staff, and we ask them about their use of AI. Half of them say they don't use it at all. Only 24% use it regularly. How do we incentivize a workforce rooted in this is how it's always been done to embrace innovation?
Yeah. Honestly, this isn't just a federal government issue. It's actually an issue in everyone's companies. We're actually finding this very interesting bifurcation where if you're running a 1,000-person company or 500-person company today, about most of them would probably have exactly that survey response. So in this case, the federal government is sort of mirroring private industry at this point. I think people are actually really underestimating to what degree how powerful this technology is, and it actually became extremely powerful only in the last 60 days, I would argue. If you had to take an IQ test with these things, you could average 130 IQ using the latest models using reasoning. So, and even in the last 60 days, Google released a model called 2.5 Pro that has a 2 million token context window. That means that it remembers 2 million words for any given request. And that wasn't true before you were limited to 10,000 or 100,000. So, I think that actually it's a problem across all of society right now. Like the revolution is happening right now around AI, and everyone's acting like it didn't happen.
Well, let me ask a follow-up. This is also my experience. I'm now writing a lot of columns saying, guys, prepare for AI, and like get ready, use it now, master it. It is coming for your job. And I get 2 responses. One is like, I know, what do I do? And the other response is, nah, it hallucinates, right? And it's someone who like tried ChatGPT a year and a half ago, and they weren't impressed, and they aren't up to date on the latest models.
Yes.
But here's another thing, that as I have been writing these columns, I have started getting readers who write into me to say, I finally tried it. Oh my God, I saved like 4 hours writing a client letter, or I saved this amount of time. And the follow-up question I ask them is, what did you use the time for?
Yeah.
And I asked that to a lawyer recently, and he said, I take the 5th. And so here's an interesting thing, because I use the GPT every day. This is not true of all journalists. There is a real bifurcation even among us. I use it to, I tell it to, when I'm stuck and I can't get started writing a column, I'll be like, write a column on this. And I'll be like, no, that's terrible. And then I write it. And just that little thing, which is kind of dumb, is actually really useful. I use it to give me feedback on my columns. I use it to do research. I use it to find people to talk to. I use it for all of these things. And I'm using this to do more work. But I don't think that's what most people are using it for. I think most people are using it to generate private leisure benefits, and that's why it's probably not showing up in the productivity statistics yet. So as we're rolling this out in government, how do we make it a productivity enhancing tool rather than a leisure enhancing tool for workers?
I mean, can you imagine how awesome it would be if the DMV used this stuff? Then maybe the service would actually be good. So, I mean, that's certainly the dream. I think the wildest thing to me around the backlash, we have a YouTube channel. We released one of the first videos about this vibe coding concept because we were spotting it in the bleeding edge of our founders. And I could not believe, we got thousands of hate comments about it from software engineers. And that was bewildering and very interesting to me because those are the people who are most likely to benefit from having it. So rather than have a rote job that kind of sucks, that you're not having an impact on society, you can actually, like those people who already know how to code, they're the people, they shouldn't worry about losing a job. They should think, actually, now I'm a 10x engineer and I can actually go and spread software absolutely everywhere. And if you're wondering, like, well, do people really need that? Going back to Apple, I mean, who here uses Calendar? That app is the worst. Think about Apple, with infinite resources, cannot hire enough really good software engineers to make Calendar a good app, an app that we all use. So, the answer to this is not, like, especially in coding, is that, is this stuff going to take away the coding jobs? No, it's going to multiply the amount of software in the world by 1,000x.
I think this is a really inspiring answer, but you guys all lead people. How do you translate that inspiration into employee behavior?
And I have to say that I think we are underselling the way AI is being adopted, right? So I don't think the Gen AI examples are really the ones that are the most impressive right now. I mean, just seeing how like we are and others are using AI in government. I mean, looking at AI in cyber and how we can learn from threats in real time with using AI and then really improve our cyber defenses. Using autonomous AI and looking at autonomous drones and drone swarms that are being used for AI. We're looking at, in our own work, some of the work that we do for the government, we're able to use Agentic AI to really speed up processes and to get more done, right? To let the citizens get their benefits faster. We're using it internally. I mean, we get 5,000 resumes a night. Nobody was ever reading those. But now everyone can get screened against all of our open requisitions and we can match people to where they need to be. Where it is everywhere and super powerful, definitely productivity enhancing. And my 86-year-old father-in-law, my husband convinced him he's writing a book to use AI. It took forever to convince him, but he tried it once and he was hooked. So I think it's going really fast.
All right, I have the last question. Governor, I'm not bringing you in this because I think that you have something to say about the last question, which is the discussion about what should be done at various levels of government is interesting, but I'm curious what the panelists think should be done delivered by the private sector. For example, there are competing narratives about private roads, private prisons, et cetera. What public-private partnerships carry the most promise? I think this one has you written all over it.
Well, it's not private prisons. So when I took we as a businessman, I came in and started looking at all the different stats, comparing us to states, and I realized we were last place in incarceration rates. Okay, we were 50th out of all 50 states. I'm like, well, that's weird. Either our people are worse than everybody else, or our policies are bad, right? And so we went about, and so criminal justice became kind of a passion of mine, reform, and so now we've moved 10 spots. We're 40th now. I've closed 4 prisons, and we just bought out, I think, the last private prison in our state because that was the worst outcomes. They're incentivized, obviously, rightfully so, but that's a function that I can't get my mind around how we should outsource that to a private for-profit entity. And so that's certainly not one. We're now number 2 in the country in lowest recidivism, which I'm really excited about. So our numbers should still keep getting improving. And then, so I mean, public-private partnerships. We've done a couple things like pay for success models. So some of our great philanthropic groups will come up with an idea and they'll say, "Hey, Governor, if this works, will you reimburse us?" Like, in other words, women that get out of incarceration, if we set up a program to help them get on their feet and retool them and educate and all this, will you reimburse us if it works? And I'm like, absolutely. So we've set up some of those programs as well. So I think that's a great opportunity for the nonprofit groups to come in and get more funding if they can prove a model works. So we've done a lot of that in Oklahoma as well.
You look like you have some thoughts.
No, I'm
Gary, I'm going to give you the last word then.
I guess final thought would be LLMs. I'm really excited about the chance for LLMs to be useful for people in government to actually spot waste, abuse, fraud. I mean, San Francisco, of all places, we're spotting all kinds of fraud in the nonprofits. And I mean, I think the super hopeful thing, I just saw Mayor Lurie in San Francisco just cut the nonprofit budget by about $190 million. And that's really hopeful to me. That means that state capacity can come back. He has people from the private sector like Ned Segal, he was the CFO of Twitter. To see business leaders actually go in, bring accountability to the government in a compassionate way, in a way that serves the people. That's really what we hope for San Francisco, and it's happening in the middle of this age of intelligence, where now they can get X-ray eyes into how every single dollar is being spent.
Just hope the fraudsters don't get access to AI. Well, thank you all. Can we have a hand for our amazing panel? And also for our amazing audience that asked great questions. Thank you all. I appreciate your coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the panel. Please make your way to the Presidential Learning Center